aspects of communication are highly through mind. By encouraging students to stand up and perform in front of one another, it boosts their confidence. Students often express considerable enthusiasm for this component of theatre, and mind tends to assist pupils develop their power of creativity and observation in addition to being a source of great fun. Mime is an excellent method for enhancing memory through visual association, and whenever a related image is presented, language item recall is added. The activity that follows how vocabulary can be updated and reinforced. Mime can help pupils fix words in their thoughts. During a dramatic activity, students converse about a topic or sometimes a group of connected issues in a predetermined setting. During imitative exercises, the students act as either themselves or a different character. Participation in various discourse formats is required during simulation-based activities. All of the social formulas and dialogues, including greetings, farewells, introductions, praises, and complaints, are considered social formulas. Students can practice declining a request for a date as an example of how dramatic activities can edify students how to retort responsibly in social situations. When selecting a plot of the drama, the teacher should validate that the discourse is clear for the students to comprehend, that it is pertinent to their requirements, and that the subject engages their attention. Drama as a language learning tool illustrates the reciprocal interaction between the reasoning and emotive parts of language learning, linking thinking with emotions. Learners will practice the target language and paralinguistic parts of communication by opening the language, integrating the mind and the body in communication. Students can learn about different cultures and individuals through drama's extra-linguistic realm, increasing their forbearance and comprehension of life. Also, presentations in class and group discussions encourage oral competency and permit teachers to get to comprehend their students better, so they may diagnose problems more precisely. Students comprehend how to solve problems and build their self-confidence when they can openly exhibit their ideas, thoughts, and feelings. This results in improved learning consequences. The pupils are instructed to read the text aloud so they are familiar with it before listening to a recording of it. The instructor facilitates a class debate about the text before deciding on the roles. During the second reading of the text, the facilitator pauses to get awareness or get roles. Feedback on specific feelings, statements, or actions. The teacher splits the class into groups and requests that the students describe in setting and characters in detail. Language and dramatic games can be used to prepare students for improvisation, role-playing, and other dramatic experiences as well. Language games expand students' word power and improve their agility, fluency, and flexibility in using English, since they require focus, listening, memorization, observation, engagement, and interpretation. At the beginning of a lesson involves theatre, the following games could be used successfully: dumb chadis, word association, what's my occupation, and yes, no games. These kind of games facilitator can indulge with the classroom students. The dramatic techniques called community event may be employed in an English language classroom. It's an enormous method for instructing novices and young kids because it gets the audience involved in games, singing, acting, painting and other creative endeavors. The final 15 minutes of the session could be effectively used to encourage the students to discuss their varied cultural backgrounds through dramatic storytelling. If the class comprises kids from a variety of cultural backgrounds, not to mention puppet are a constant. Drama fills the gap between textbook discourse and real-world usage by preparing students for challenging situations. It connects the space among the classroom and contextual issues. Drama enhances the bridge between ideas and verbal expression, helps the paralinguistic and suprasegmentals, and help with the listening skills. Plays and dramas can be significant utensils in the development of communicative competence if it is looked as a teaching strategy in the sense of being a component of the eclectic approach to language teaching. Dramatic techniques motivate the type of language used that should result in articulacy. If it is dramatic technique, assumed that language learners wish to learn a language in order to successfully communicate in the target language, dramatic techniques may be helpful. Plays or dramas can also be expanded upon and utilized as a springboard for the other activities also. Beyond simply acting out scenes, the themes can serve as a springboard for writing or conversation. Dramatic activities can thus be incorporated into a curriculum which may then allow for their future exploration in terms of language curriculum, such as the learning of vocabulary or even structures. Currently, rather than being a separate topic within the curriculum, theatrical and dramatic activities sometimes overlap with other linguistic activities. Everyone's attention can be captured by performances. Every literary work contains elements of performances. Dramas and plays can captivate readers and audience alike, but doing so needs concentration and dedication. They connect with the ESL pupils and evoke strong emotions in them. When we observe young children, we find that they primarily engage in pretend play and imagination. When a child increases such as circumstances, communication and conversational abilities are improved. Dramas have long been considered a superior form of art. Using dramas and plays can help the kids communicate their thoughts and feelings in genuine discussions and improve their listening skills because it is thought to be timeless and authentic. Everyone learned to talk, but no one learned to listen. An irate cartoon character once it said. Students who participate in plays and dramas in language classes become better listeners as well as speakers. Dramas help pupils become more fluent speakers. Students often repeat the lines as they listen to them during rehearsal, which helps to improve their spontaneity when speaking. Every learner strives to achieve fluency as soon as he or she is exposed to the language. English as a second language programs are dull because of the repetitious exercises that eventually weary the students. These exercises strangely produce a fake reality that motivates the students to lie. while promoting students involving in drama can give them an entirely pleasant and enjoyable learning experience. Dramas may help even the class most apathetic and lifeless students become engaged and creative. Students can study via dramas in accordance with their learning preferences and comprehension levels. They appeal to each pupil on their own level of understanding and discernment. Dramatization helps pupils learn language in their own unique way. Students are given the opportunity to communicate even if their language skills are restricted by employing non-verbal cues like posture and gestures. The chief objective of transmission or communication is to create any individual's ideas, viewpoints, and feelings known to other people. The self is constructed by language. Even if watching a drama requires one to put themselves in the character's shoes, there is always a dash of uniqueness and originality. The discussion is expressed in the way that the individual intended. Students can construct their language on a solid basis by being taught the importance of self. Students can express themselves through plays and dramas, which will enable them to share their thoughts and feelings with others. Plays and dramas enliven the classroom regardless of the size of the class. Teachers should pick plays that will engage all of the pupils. Dramas offer the best speaking practice in a real-world setting. Depending on the student's abilities, roles should be assigned. Plays can be modified and tailored to one's personal situation, which helps the pupils relate to the plot. The invitees and postures can be made by the facilitators themselves, which will also be an English lesson. The learner will be able to deal with real life circumstances without trouble, and creativity is heavily encouraged. Stage performances requires a certain set of postures, body language, facial expressions, eye contact, gestures, and delivery techniques. For speech, because plays and dramas are primarily intended to be performed, stress, intonation, and other linguistic features exist. Although the pupils improve their language proficiency, they struggle to internalize a language style and mechanics. Dramas and plays can be useful technique to aid children in learning. Drama is ultimately necessary in English language classes because it gives pupils a platform to express themselves. When done effectively, it should ignite children's curiosity and creativity, since it makes use of their innate capacity to mimic and exhibit themselves. Theatre promotes assimilation, adaptation, fluency, and communication. By providing students with success in real-world situations and contextualizing language, it should give them the self-assurance they need to interact with the outside world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Preeti. Now I invite our next speaker is Dr. Sudipta ma'am, and her topic is proverbs from orality to textuality to memory.
Can I request the paper presenters not to read line by line and word by word from the paper and just put their thought to all of us?
No, not a full paper.
proverb from orality to textuality to memory. Now, I start with a quote. Sivandurga states that mankind is masculine, and thus man defines woman in relation to him and not as an independent entity distinct from man. Since proverbs are an integral part of the language, the proverbial discourse is also masculine. Now, the same idea also shared by Marina Nehru, who says that, I quote, folklore that includes tricks, tales, stories, proverbs, ballads, songs, even portray a different image of women. It is one of the manifestation of masculine expressions. The proverbs may be similar in some respect and different in different languages. This work proposes to explore in which way proverbs remain in memory, starting from orality, more than being in textuality and representation of women therein, and the French and Bengali proverbs. I have taken these two because proverbs as in terms, it's a very wide, in every language it exists, and as these two languages touch my area of study, therefore I have chosen French and Bengali. Now, just to start with the proverb. Proverb is a very short, well-known sentence or phrase that states a general truth about life and give advice. Now, in its oldest of all genres of language, and has withstood the changes in any other language, here I am talking only about French and Bengali, over time. Proverbs are brief and usually convey meaning in two registers, one in the physical form of language and other in the implied material. Almost all civilizations in Asia, the Middle East, as well as in Europe, the proverbs have proverbs that are ancient and refer implicitly to ancestors. For example, our forefathers used to say, it is said, etc. Although these expressions are ancient, they have influenced the literature of different centuries, and through this our mentality in many ways. Now, proverbs usually belong to the ordinary folk, thus in general they remain anonymous. Proverb communicates, as we just mentioned, a moral truth in few words, or it can be a philosophical expression or memorable words, or even a verse or a popular saying that has become a proverb. And proverbs like folk tales, they are a part of daily life, especially that of elderly people. Although the younger generation, we do not use proverbs very often, or we do not use it at all, but the ideas and the perspective conveyed therein remain in our subconscious. Proverbs deal with several things, therefore, such as seasons, animals, money. There are multiple things that proverbs deal with. So here I have taken only the comparison of representation of women in French and Bengali proverbs to concise the area of study. Since the proverbial discourse is sexist and misogynistic in nature, this study sees how women are represented in the said discourse, keeping in view this idea. This study seeks to find answers to the following questions: how women are represented in the proverbial discourse? Do the two languages represent women similarly or differently? And what are the kind of lexic, especially, is used to describe a woman's status and position? What is the role of music and metaphor that I have just touched in describing women's status? Now, first about syntax and lexic. This is through the syntactical structures also, it is found that the proverbial discourse tarnishes the image of women. Basically, it presents a negative image of women. While analyzing the structures, the analysis is based on the syntactic approach of Hegel, who considers that the negative sentence is an unimportant structure, as Chomsky given 4 other structures. Therefore, I have analyzed proverbs from the point of view of Hegel's structure division, and it was discovered that the theme of beauty and tolerance recur in different forms. In Bengali proverbs, a woman is appreciated for her physical beauty and her capability of becoming a good cook and maintaining a good relation among the family members. The assertive sentences are frequently found in proverbs, and they mostly talk about beauty and marriage. The concern of beauty is found more in Bengali proverbs. French proverbs speak explicitly about virginity, modesty instead, and seem to prepare young girls to be good brides. The interrogative sentences in proverbs carry often a rhetoric value. These sentences in form of question utter a statement that turns out frequently to be a curse on women. Bengali proverbs show sometimes in interrogative sentence women as a speaker rejecting, rebelling against the traditional values or the values that are imposed upon her from the society. However, French proverbs do not have such examples. In general, interrogation is not really a question asked in order to receive a reply or information, but it expresses rather an act of denial. In the case of negative structures in proverb, it is found that the proverbial discourse deny the aspects that can make a woman independent in traditional society or in society on the whole. A good number of proverbs have emphatic structures in both the languages. They lay emphasis on the importance of obedience, right behavior, right dress code of women. In Bengali, this emphasis is created by repeating a word or at times just by adding some suffix to the word. Here it is found that the Bengali woman is respected for her commitment to the family, and on the contrary, French proverbs do not mention the commitment of a woman towards the family or her husband's family. They are silent on her relationship with her other family members. Now, about the Lexis, the purpose here to understand the discriminatory attitude of the language of the proverbs towards women. According to Maxwell, language is used by the people living in a given society, and it carries the ideas and prejudices of its people. He believes that looking at the vocabulary of a language, we can get a picture of the community life of a given society. And Arin Cross states that the linguistic item of a language remains the same, but its meaning changes according to the context. In his opinion, often a word, when applied to a woman, assumes a special meaning. Now, the analysis, through the analysis, we found that a woman is treated in both the languages as feeble and delicate person who is brought up in a certain manner to remain subaltern for the rest of her life. It is found that she is never independent. She has always somebody to supervise her. Her identity does not depend on herself, but on her father, brother, or husband. In Bengali proverb, she is always treated as a subordinate to her male partner, and her woman who depends on her physical beauty and being mother of a male child. It is expected that she keeps her family united and remains mostly within the four walls of the house. Her value depends on the wealth of her husband. Her position is well defined through the choice of words in proverbs. Now, I just skipped some more, and I talked about, I also studied about imagery and music, and the imagery basically, I'm not going in detail, I'm just talking about what imagery is in proverb. That is, according to Paul Ricoeur, I quote, metaphor does not exist in dictionary, it can exist in discourse, and the proverbial discourse often shows through different words how a woman should be, and so it is not only the end there with the imagery, also the rhythm and the rhyme that are integral part of proverbs, often in Indian and almost all Indian languages, and there it is found that the rhythm makes proverbs subtle and fast, and this rhythm also makes it easy for anyone to remember the proverbs for a long time, so it also works on the memory. And now, through all these comparison of French and Bengali proverbs, it is seen that despite the difference between two cultures, the representation of women is not very different. A woman is always blamed for any problem, any kind of problem, whether it is in the house or in the society, and she is appreciated as long as she can withstand an adverse situation in the family, can reproduce and can keep the family united. It is interesting to note that Bengali proverbs mention the relation of a woman with other family members, whereas the kind of relation is not mentioned in the French proverbs, or we can say on the whole the European proverbs. Because here we also, in Indian languages, the women are also related and shown women's duty at her in-laws' place, her duty towards her father-in-law, brother-in-law, sister-in-law, etc. And the proverbial discourse talks about different stages in the span of women, yet it never talks about, even it does not mention anything about the stages that only women go through, for example, puberty, pregnancy, etc. And it shows once again that this discourse originates from male vision and lives through repetition. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudipta ma'am. Now I invite next speaker is, and our topic is Aarti, and her topic is expectations of tragic souls and journey in Abhijanakam Shakuntalam.
A very good morning to all the respected professors, research scholars and other students who are present here. I am Aarti, an assistant professor of English from Data Ram Purohit Sonepat, and the title of my research paper is Expedition of the Tragic Soul in Abhijan Shakuntalam. The play Abhijan Shakuntalam is written by Kalidas, one of the greatest poets of India. This play is a beautiful tale of romance between King Dushyant and Shakuntala. The title of the play, which is originally in Sanskrit, actually means the recognition of Shakuntala. It is the first Indian play to be translated into different Western languages, and it was translated in English by Sir William Jones in 1789. Kalidas had extracted the story of Shakuntala from the great epic Mahabharata and painted it even more widely in his play Abhijan Shakuntala. The two protagonists of the play are Dushyant and Shakuntala, and Dushyant is the king of Hastinapur, and he is a noble and very kind-hearted ruler who is respected by everyone. Shakuntala is a beautiful maiden who is the daughter of sage Vishwamitra and Apsara Menka. She has grown up in the hermitage of sage Kanva since she was disposed by her birth parents. In the Greek tragedy, a hero and fate are always in conflict, and in this play, Shakuntala is in conflict with her fate. In the original story of Mahabharata, the king is responsible for creating the tragedy of Shakuntala's life, and however in this play, Kalidas makes the curse of Durvasa accountable for all the cruelty that was shown to poor Shakuntala that leads to the disaster. The objective of my paper is to explore the tragic tones in this play, that how Shakuntala confronts tragedies. Thus, the concept of tragic soul dominates throughout the play. It is a comedy in structural form, but it contains characteristics of a tragic play. So this paper brings to light various obstacles the heroine of the play confronts since her birth till her reunion with her lover. When Dushyant first gets a glance of the beautiful Shakuntala, he gets attracted to her. After Shakuntala's consent, both get married in the Gandhar mode of marriage. However, soon after their marriage, Dushyant leaves for his kingdom with a promise to return and take Shakuntala back with him. Enchanted by love, Shakuntala keeps on thinking about her husband the entire time, which affects her surroundings. And one day, the angry sage Durvasa visits the hermitage and begs for water at Shakuntala's door. But she is so lost in the thoughts of her husband that she fails to attend the sage. Feeling insulted, Durvasa incurs a curse on Shakuntala, which completely erases the memory of Shakuntala from Dushyanta's head. After some time, when it is revealed that Shakuntala is pregnant with Dushyanta's child, says Kanu advises her to visit the court by herself, and in the court, Dushyanta refuses to accept Shakuntala as his wife, as he completely loses his memory about their marriage under the influence of the drugs. When Shakuntala tells Dushyant all about their love, Dushyant denies to recognize her anymore. Her voice is not here. Suffering and calamity ultimately results in identity crisis of the protagonist Shakuntala. After some years, Dushyanta revives his memory back about Shakuntala when he sees the ring and breaks down in guilt. He recounts how the lost ring become a medium of separation, pain and suffering for them. Later, Dushyanta is reunited with his wife Shakuntala and their son Bharat in the hermitage of Sais Mricha. The reconciliation of husband and wife lead to happy ending to the play. By critically analyzing, it can be said that Abhijan Shakuntalam is one of the finest plays of Indian literature. The theme of love and romance is very well evident in the play. Kalidas has presented his protagonist Shakuntala as an embodiment of pain, hardships and helpless women. She was a poor woman who struggled for her identity. She is a representative of a typical Indian woman. It shows that there is no more importance of women at the time of Kalidas. Women are strictly restricted in every sphere to breathe an independent life. They are recognized as the oppressed class of the society and merely a puppet in the hands of male-dominated society. The play is a journey full of up and downs and twists and turns. It ends with a message to the readers: true love is spiritual. It is a union of great minds and great hearts. My paper examines how Shakuntala had been neglected in his life and she fought for an identity, and this is a battle of dignity. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Audrey. And the next participation is Manju, and topic is the epic of imagination in contemporary Indian literature, a study of selected works in Chitra Banerjee Dev Putni.
A very good morning to all professors, eminent scholars, and students. First of all, I would like to thank Bpsmv family for giving us the chance to be a part of this conference. The title of my paper is The Epic Imagination in Contemporary Indian Literature, especially a study of selected works of Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni. She is an Indian writer. The Itihasa or Epic narratives have a special importance in Indian narrative tradition, in which the human element especially dominates than any other narrative mode. The Indian epics are so famous that modern writers are fascinated with the Indian myths and present their work with the uses of these various myths. If in the present era especially talks about different writers such as Asoka Bangar is writing, Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni is writing, Kavita Khan is writing, and many others writers are also writing on different things that are especially related to our Indian epics. They present the social, moral, political, cultural and spiritual society of our country. Our Indian literature is too vast to understand every aspect of Indian mythology. The paper is an attempt especially to explore some of the mythical narratives of our Indian epics, especially Ramayana and Mahabharata. Women have long been living under subjugation in the patriarchal social system. I have taken especially two works of Chitra Banerjee Devakaruni. The first is The Forest of Enchantment and the other work is The Palace of Illusion. Women in the contemporary society, if we talk about the past scenario, women have long been living under subjugation of the patriarchal social system. They have always chosen to accept their fate dictated for them by the male-dominated society and have long been living in silence. This silence that characterizes the identity of a female character builds in her an eternal strength. Especially this is the key aspect of the paper, that how the patriarchal system is having the influence of the directive as well as indirective. It is difficult to list out the enormous retellings that come to light nowadays. Each one has its own places and importance in one way or the other. As Paula Richman says, I quote, throughout Indian history, many authors and performers have produced diverse telling of Ramayana in numerous media, so it is wrong to assume that Valmiki's Ramayana is the definitive text and others are mere derivatives of it. If we talk about the first one, that is the Palace of Illusions, Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni especially has taken out the story of our Indian epics, Mahabharata, in this work, The Palace of Illusions. The Palace of Illusions is about women discrimination, their struggles, identity, male domination, unique female perspectives, and position of women during the period of the Mahabharata. The humiliation that went through is given as the challenges of life, especially the protagonist of the work is Draupadi. Draupadi's life shows in the epic how women need to accept the concept of tradition and culture without any cautions. The views of Draupadi are totally different from these of ordinary women, and the outcomes are as powerful. Women and the outcomes are as powerful as she is. Her determination and courage have basically changed the scenario. And now, what is basically the main efforts of the contemporary writers is that woman is also equal to man. She can take decisions, she is having the power to change the scenario, means to present a bold outlook of a female character in the story. The Palace of Illusion is firstly a revisionist text which retells women's value in the society and re-examines what we have feel about women's life. This emancipation from the keys of perfection and so-called divinity has been shown up by the writer. The character of Draupadi didn't wait for any male to rescue her from misery, like most of the women who especially depend on the man. They help themselves by identifying and solving problems. They rewrite the fate of womanhood by resetting themselves against the traditional agreements. And another work that I have taken is The Forest of Enchantment, that is also by the same author, Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni. As we know, rewriting epics is one of the recent trends in Indian English fiction. However, every time an epic is retold, and when it is retold, it brings a new perception to the present generation. The Forest of Enchantment is especially a retelling of our great Indian epic Ramayana. Chitra Divakaruni set up the context very skillfully in the prologue of the novel. As Sita reads the manuscript of the Ramayana, handed over to her by Sis Valmiki, she realizes that it is no doubt the manuscript of Ramayana handed over to her by Sis Valmiki. She realizes that it is no doubt a poem that is superb, that is sublime description and perfect rhythm. And what she says, the forest of enchantment, please the forest, but what occurred when I was alone. This is a statement by Sita in the work, and she is giving description of her inner feelings. What occurred when I was alone in the darkness, under the shore of tree? You don't know my despair, you don't even know my exhilaration, how I felt. This is where Sitaya, or we can say the present retelling of the work, basically depicts. Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni reframes this work, especially not as a tale of Sita, as in the, if you talk about the personality, we must just the heroine, but weaves it with stories of other women characters who are often overlooked. We read of Sumena, a wise and able leader, and Sita's mother, and other characters also from the work like Urmila, Lakshman's long-suffering wife, Mandodari, Ravana's wife, and some other characters also. Basically, if we talk about the current scenario, these types of reasonings provides us a new outlook about the scenario and what are the new perspectives, what are the new challenges, and what are the basically solutions, how these challenges can be overcome. These are from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manju. Now the house is open for the observations and suggestions. Yeah. Suggestions? There are suggestions. Okay.
Good morning to everyone present here. It has been sheer pleasure chairing this session, and I believe we are all students of literature. I always feel that whenever we go to present a paper, writing a paper and presenting a paper are two different things. When we are writing, we should write it elaborately for everyone to read, but when we are presenting, we have to be brief and just state our idea. So I'll quickly talk about all the four presenters. Preeti spoke on how plays and dramas can be used to teach language. She very rightfully said that they boost the confidence, they make it interesting, they make it creative, they make us think with emotions. But my question is, when we are teaching language through drama, does it enhance the critical faculties of the student as well? So you have to take into account Preeti.
Yes.
And another thing is, since we are all the future teachers, so whatever word that we are using, we ought to be, and especially when might be a new word for some of our students, we ought to be very, very sure about the pronunciation, so that the children do not carry the wrong thing. I think you spoke about the dumb charades, and you ought to know what dumb charades is, and you ought to know how to pronounce it. Right? It wasn't very clear to the audience. Otherwise, a good paper. Well done. The next paper was by Sangeet Singh, who spoke on the proverbs from orality to textuality to memory, and she very simply and very nicely presented the proverbs and the comparison between the French and Bengali proverbs. So Deepta, again, it was a very nice, sweet paper, but I wish you could have avoided repetitions. A lot of things were repeated in the paper. I'm being very, very honest with my feedback. As I said, that we all are students of literature, and we keep being students of literature till the last day. So I feel it's each one's duty, each one of us. Even when I'm presenting a paper, I feel that it's the duty of whosoever is in the chair to give me an honest feedback so that I don't repeat those things. So it's only from that perspective that whatever little bit I'm sharing with you. Aarti, a very, very beautiful paper again, and which just goes with the theme of the conference and the workshop, orality to textuality. She very beautifully put up how that orality taken from Mahabharata and how it has been beautifully, imbibed into that play. And even though we've all heard about these stories from our elders, but reading it in this perspective gives it a more beautiful and new meaning, portraying the theme of love. At the same time, giving the picture of the helpless and the oppressed woman of that time. And the last paper was by Manju, again representing the theme of the conference, where she took two novels, Forest of Enchantment and Palace of Illusion, touching upon the theme, showing the struggle of the women, and thankful to her that she made it brief and she put her point across. And with this, I'd like to thank the organizers once again for giving me this opportunity to chair the session and to listen to all your papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you all the speakers. Now, the
मैडम आपका जो पेपर था विज्ञान शाकुंतलम पे, very please, with the permission of the chair, although she has already concluded the session, but I want to ask a question. Do you consider it Abhigyan Shakuntalam as a tragedy? It's a tragedy.
But at the same time, the love elements of all the elements are the same.
Use a mic. Use a mic. Come. Use a mic. Please come in.
आपका पेपर बहुत अच्छा था और आपने ट्रेजेडी का जिक्र किया, आपके साथ सब्जेक्ट में भी है ये बात।
Yes.
कैसे, किस तरीके से आप इसको ट्रेजेडी मानते हैं? क्योंकि ये तो दुखांत तो है नहीं, इसका जो एंड है वो ट्रेजिक नहीं है।
Yes.
Although conflicts are there, but finally they have been resolved according to the dharma. तो कैसे आप इसको ट्रेजेडी मानते हैं?
Sir, from the point of view of the character Shakuntala, the obstacles, the pain she faces throughout that time when the king Dushyant declines to recognize her, I just want to point out that time. So that's why
it's a tragedy because she had faced so many obstacles and hardships in life. Everybody does. Everybody does. Nobody's life is smooth. हाईवे किसी का भी नहीं है, कहीं ना कहीं नीचे ऊपर
up and down.
हाँ,
Yes.
तो मैं पूरा प्ले की बात कर रहा हूँ. I'm talking about the entire play. Although, of course, Shakuntala is the central character, protagonist of the entire action. But finally तो वो भी उनको दुष्यंत को छोड़ के चली जाती है वहाँ से.
Yes.
ठीक है ना? And she was happy. वो भरत को जन्म देती है, तो वो बाद में मिलने भी आता है दुष्यंत उससे.
Yes.
यही खत्म होता है.
Yes, sir, at last reunion takes place.
हाँ.
Yes. Okay, sir, thank you for it.
Sir? आगे?
I think she agrees to this time. In the meantime, others can share their opinion, their thoughts, if you have something to say
Yes.
on the deliberation which took place for the last 2 days. The house is completely open for everybody to come and share. Could be general observations also. Or some of the questions which you couldn't raise during the sessions. So it's a good opportunity for all of us.
Yes, sir. For the last 3 days you have been with us. So you have been listening to all the presentations and the plenary sessions you have attended. So if you have some observations or comments,
So sir is encouraging everybody. So
Yes.
I feel myself
so you feel encouraged.
and motivated. So, but I think there were some major differences that I was observing as far as I could participate. I could not participate in all sessions, but then there is a change in the way the programs are getting organized. So I congratulate the entire organizing team that giving enough time for the presenters to deal with the topics and peacefully explain those concepts. So there was no hurry of somehow finishing. That kind of tendencies was totally absent. And there was enough time. The 20 minutes were given, and some presenters come to me told that we get a full time to present. So that was one of the. I mean, I have my second experience. Before that, I had similar experience only in international conference organized by German embassy. They used to have this kinds of techniques like selecting certain abstracts and certain problems and allowing those problems to be discussed. Not only time is given for the presentation itself, But then there was a conscious attempt from the organizers that some time is allotted for further observations, remarks, and even questions and debates and discussions. Though I think that element is also necessary for create a research atmosphere. I mean, a serious discussions on in-depth discussions of the topics are also very necessary. Most of the time, it is absent. Most of the time, it is absent. Though we are very proud of this argumentative, negotiating Indian traditions, but when it comes to serious discussions, specifically on academic discussions, there is I think what kind of parambara it is, but there is an absolute solace in silence. So I mean, that has to, but I have this organizers at least tried by allocating certain time period for those kinds of discussions. So that I find very interesting, and I think that should be maintained. This is one of my...
And very appropriate.
And very appropriate as well. So slowly, most of us will come into, make use of those chances. Still, there are many are keeping ourselves in the veils of silence, but there will be time come, we will remove our veils and start speaking. Yeah? So that is also very important, and I think this is my second experience to have those kinds of chances. But otherwise, of course, I always tend to speak here and there. But that is not only for me, I am saying. Yeah? Because when nobody speaks, I personally feel like that now somebody has to say something on it, because otherwise the person was presenting could not have an impression that nobody is listening. Yeah? So therefore, I try to do that. But these two things, I am very grateful about these organizers, and specifically the leadership of Dr. Ravi Bhushan and his excellent erudite team who was thought about these kinds of presentations. And I missed a point. There are 2 points I was mentioning. First of all, giving enough time to the presenters to dwell with the topics and explain. There was a compulsion on us to wind it up, come to the conclusion, because I have seen many ways that I don't want to present at all. It's better that you write somewhere and publish, because you don't get enough time to engage with the audience. But here it was, that point was totally taken care of, and I was very happy. Even my presentation, I got my set time for it, it only after the 20th minute.
I mean, what intention was, from day when we were clear, anybody who speaks from there is equally important for us. Maybe an established scholar, maybe an upcoming scholar. So we thought of giving enough time to everybody, share their thoughts, so that at least that should not be an excuse that if I could have been given more time, I could have said it. That was the intention, and I think we all are assembled to learn something.
And the second point also, I was mentioning that the time period for the discussions that was allowed after the deliberations. That was also an excellent practice. Though it might have some time constraints, the programs would have gone up to 6:45, 7 o'clock, but still, there were some people who were ready here and interacting and discussing in these topics. So I find these two things very remarkable. I mean, in the last 15 years of our university traditions, and this organizing looks very unique and very different and very research oriented. Thank you for the opportunity. There can be one topic on the philosophy of language, because there was a very small section on philosophy of language. Because only there are one paper, but I think
because see, there could be less number of experts or speakers on the table. But one of the German scholars, she shared her thoughts with me through email. And she was trying to draw a comparison between Hegel's philosophy of language and his Indian perspective on language. This is at Khanpur University. She was really happy that she said to me that it's a very, very apt concern as far as her head. So that the philosophy of language may not be many to speak of, but
there was one paper I think. There was there was one paper on philosophy of language. Both traditions, the same traditions, also Pali traditions and but only one paper, I mean, in that section we have there are two sections on philosophy of language, because understanding what language is also.
maybe next time we can hold an exclusive conference on that aspect. That's possible. But within the given time, given resources, this is what we can do. Literally, there is research. The idea was to somewhere to study English literary studies through this Indian literary studies, kind of a reconciliation somewhere that Indian literary studies and the English literary studies. Students with the best notes. कुछ तो ऐसा है कुछ तो कहीं something must have clicked you somewhere. Something must have clicked you.
So in today's papers, I have seen one thing that they have said that in ancient epics like Mahabharata and Ramayana, the condition of females were being like they have been subjugated or they have faced so many problems, like victimization of women. But at my personal level, I don't feel that they are the central characters because on their problems or whatever they have faced, the wars have been raised just for their, we can say, their own image or for their character. Means they have fought for them only. So how we can say that females were being inferior or kind of suppressed? So I
think that's a very statement. In fact, there cannot be a unanimous opinion on this. It's our reading, our understanding the way we look at things. Women being inferior or superior or victims or equal in every respect, it depends. And historically also I think there are phases in history of any society where things cannot be same throughout, or cannot be at one pedestal throughout. They are bound to go up and down. But as far as studying those characters through literature is concerned, I think one has to be, well informed. Do not be carried away by either alternate forms of literature or you can say by hearsay. Inform yourself thoroughly through original sources.
Hello. Good morning, ma'am. Morning, everyone. Good morning, ma'am. How are you? Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, we had a quality time in the absence. We are discussing.
So, good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the 7th plenary session of the conference, third day of this international conference. And the resource persons for this session we have with us Professor Amrita, our senior colleague, Dean, Faculty of Arts and Languages of the university, as chair for the session, and the speaker for the session is Professor Deepti Gupta. Before I invite her to deliver, I would like to introduce you to the speaker. Professor Deepti Gupta is a professor in the Department of English, Cultural Studies, Panjab University, Chandigarh. Her area of specialization is applied linguistics. She has a teaching experience of around 36 years. She has supervised 24 MPhils and 29 PhD scholars. She is a senior IELTS examiner and examiner for BEC and Bullett's exams by British Council. She has worked as Dean Alumni Relations, Dean International Students, Associate Director, Center for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Associate Director, Central Placement Cell, Panjab University. She has published several books and research papers in national and international refereed journals. She has also contributed chapters in the edited books and proceedings and has delivered invited lectures. She has been a member of various learned societies and other academic bodies at national and international levels. For example, member LTI, Chennai, member International Association of Teachers of English as Foreign Language, UK, and member TESOL, Teaching of English to Speakers of Other Languages, South Korea. So, and the subject of her talk is ELT at Crossroads, Tradition or Technology. So, now I would like to invite her to deliver her talk. Ma'am, please.
Good morning, everyone. So you have been enjoying a wonderful conference, and I must compliment the organizers on a truly comprehensive topic for the conference. Because the moment we say watershed, then there are and you can be wide-ranging and you can include so many other areas. I see 3 students being here. Are you comfortable, or is this a nice place for sleeping? You can come that side if you like.
The other side.
Provided it doesn't disturb your beauty sleep. So, my brief is to talk to you about ELT at the crossroads, tradition and technology. And let me share with you a little bit of my journey. When I started teaching way back, 1985, how many people in this room were born then? 1985. कितने लोग पैदा हो चुके थे? That makes me feel slightly better. Yeah. So when I started at that point of time and made a switch from English as it was known then, because it was English studies at that point of time, and very kindly people would consent to give a small niche to linguistics and ELT. And ELT was another niche in linguistics. So when I switched from that broad genre of English to literature, and then to linguistics, then to statistics, and then to ELT, the moment I would say ELT, Amrita will bear me out, because she's been part of the journey. People would wrinkle their noses, as if there was a bad smell in the room. ELT. And there were places where people would say, ELT क्या होता है? फिर उनको बताना पड़ता था English language teaching. And then if you say that you're doing research in ELT में research क्या होगी? That was the next question. What can you do? You don't have a laboratory. You don't have scientific experiments. So then you had to convince them. But during my lifetime and during my career, today ELT is part of the mainstream. And that voyage of ELT emerging from a niche to a mainstream is actually the voyage of my life as well, and also the voyage of English studies in India. And being invited to a conference that is on Indian literary studies, from orality to textuality, would have been a pipe dream till, I think, even a decade ago. Because the moment people would sit down and think of experts for a conference, somebody or the other would say, oh, she just does ELT, no point in inviting her. So that was the kind of specialized treatment we had started giving to parts of English studies, not realizing that actually all the parts make up the whole. And if we look at education today, the one significant change that you can see at the ground level is this blurring of the boundaries. You would have papers in the curriculum that would look at both language and literature, linguistics and literary studies. And not only that, there would be a lot of multimodality as well. You would have media studies on board, film studies on board. My own university, for instance, we've been running the new syllabus for MA for the past 3 sessions. And that syllabus includes experiential learning in the form of field trips or in the form of teaching somewhere. Students are encouraged to do teaching assistantships or internships, and also some kind of a project and a dissertation that they have to write. So from the MA, when I entered MA, I won't give you that date because if 1985 shocks you, my date of MA is going to send you into a faint or something. So at that point of time, I could very conveniently pick up my parents' class notes and go to MA class. And nobody would even know because the syllabus was the same. क्या होता था? Fiction, drama, poetry, max, prose or history of English literature. That's all one could think of. And totally dominated by dead white males. Yeah. So now you have studies from Punjab, you have Indian literature, not literature, literatures dominating the scene practically. So one would say that the trajectory of ELT and the trajectory of English studies in India would be quite similar in a way, because they've both travelled a long way in order to cater to what we call higher education. And higher education at the same time has gone through quite a few re-engineering processes, where once upon a time higher education was the goal of every Indian, The moment you stepped abroad, you met plumbers and electricians and hairdressers, and you met all kinds of blue-collar workers who were doing so well. And most people would be surprised to meet you that, why did you do your PhD? Why did you study so much? Because for the West, high school is enough. Very few people would go in for higher education. And now we are heading towards that paradigm with the new version of the National Education Policy. We are also heading towards that paradigm where higher education is not for everyone, but employment is, self-employment is for that matter. And all these factors have had an impact on what we call ELT. Now, in the earlier years of ELT, for example, immediately after independence, we were influenced by the Western model. The explanation for that is very simple. We had the great Lord Macaulay to thank for that. I'm sure all of you are familiar with Macaulay's Minute, where he very conveniently says he needs a nation of clerks. So for years together we stuck to that definition. कि चलो हमें भी clerk produce करने हैं, day after day give them mind-numbing texts that they don't bother to read and don't bother to analyze. So in the initial years, when our hands were tied, at that point of time, one was very happy to depend upon the earlier version of ELT and the Western remedies to it. Because in free India, you did not have enough teachers of English to experiment with what we were doing in the classroom. And you know, language had kind of lost its status. It was groping in the dark, because if you remember, Angrezo Bharat Chodo, Angrezi Hatao. So when you have that kind of a psyche on the ground, it's very difficult for a language to assert itself. Leave the fact aside that by and by English grew so much globally as the lingua franca that we had no choice but to recognize it and accept it. Now, in those initial years, whether there were planners at the center or language planners in the states, they had no option but to turn westward for their solutions, especially American descriptive linguistics and the center of London, where you looked at syntax as central to learning a language. And by, behaviorism took over. So there was no difference between a monkey, a dog, a parrot and a human being. Simple as that. Language is also a habit. Good enough. The way Pavlov trained his dogs, a teacher can train students in the classroom. Yeah. So those early years were dedicated to this kind of, complete command of the teacher in the classroom, because the input was totally regulated. And there was no stimulus from beyond the classroom. In the absence of a resource-rich context, learners had no other choice but to follow the teacher. So very few realized that language is a supporting base for a career. Very few realized that language is the starting point of a career, the way we realize today. So it's only in the 1960s and 70s that we begin to look at the fact that we are now a nation that doesn't know its mother tongue and neither does it know English. So we are in deep trouble till that point of time. And then came the Chomskyan revolution. So following our nice nation practice of parroting the West, we promptly picked up what Chomsky said. Chomsky's mentalism said that behaviorism is not the answer to language learning. Okay, so let's look at language as an individual cognitive achievement. So in the 60s and 70s, you had all these experiments happening. If you remember the Bangalore project of MS Prabhu, that was a major groundbreaking project that proved to India at least, if not the world, that there are other ways of teaching a language rather than treating students as dogs, parrots and monkeys. So in comes another influence in the 1970s, which was the influence of language as social interaction. So you had people like Del Himes and you had Halliday talking about the fact that language is not what it is, but what it does. That is where the focus shifted. So where up to the 60s we were lost in grammar and Nesfield and Wren and Martin, now all of a sudden we wake up and we realize that why does a person need to learn a language for the sake of communication? Even then, it took quite a few decades for us to understand the fact that the methodology of ELT needs a complete about turn. It's only with the 1990s when liberalization set in, liberalization of the Indian economy, that we could give opportunities to our learners, and we could give sufficient exposure to our learners to use English beyond the classroom. As I told you in the beginning, this trajectory mirrors my career chart, because when I came into teaching in 1985, the Center for Curriculum Development, India, was pushing CLT in a big way, without realizing that we did not have a context. So from 85 to about 1990, I was struggling in my classroom with communicative language teaching. The Panjab University had asked all colleges to implement communicative language teaching. But when you asked your student to go to the bank and ask for something in English and come back and tell you, usually the student would come back in tears. A bank में तो किसी को English ही नहीं आती, मैं किससे बात करूँ? So that was the general environment. But with the 1990s, all of a sudden the context changed, You had all these multinational groups coming in, and you had them setting up shop in India. So they required kids who were fluent in English. And they also had enough personnel. So if you sent your student somewhere and asked him or her to go and speak, he or she would come back happy and say, okay, I could manage this much. And there was that motivation in the learner now, that I need to pick up English, I need to use English. So this period of the 1990s was a period which saw maximum language laboratories set up across the country, because it was realized that the context and exposure to the language is important. And with this came that turn, the linguistic turn that we talk about in the world of literary theory as well. This is when the linguistic turn actually came to India. You see, India is slightly behind global developments where ELT and literary studies is concerned. We lag behind. It is because of the loss of those initial years in the education setup, when we were struggling with our own realities, I feel. But today, we are covering that gap. And I feel that we are fast moving towards a position where we will be world leaders in terms of ELT, just because of the sheer numbers involved. So many of my global collaborators send me questionnaires, or they send me some kind of research study that we don't have as many people as you do as respondents. So would you mind getting this data filled up? So this kind of, what we call our overpopulation may actually be working in our favor, which is why I feel very unhappy when I see teachers not using action research, not using their classroom as a laboratory, because teachers in India have this golden opportunity of a full classroom, where action research is very, very easy to manage. So I would feel that action research is one trend that we need to encourage in universities. We need to encourage more people to go into action research, which is the teacher checking out an issue or a problem in his or her classroom and trying to find a solution to that within the classroom setting. Of course, using literature from outside, using other studies, using tools from the research world, and then publishing that. Because if you don't publish, how are you going to disseminate your ideas? Your ideas get disseminated only after publication, and that too proper publication, right? Not publication that is substandard, which again is a different story altogether. So, with the development of English for special purposes in India, which happened in the 1980s, especially through the Bangalore project, which was managed by Professor M.S. Prabhu, Now, through the Bangalore project, we had documentation of a very bold experiment in Indian ELT. And then it was replicated in some autonomous colleges of Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu and in Mumbai. And this led to this wave of English for special purposes in India, which continues till today. Now, this is the wave that ELT started along with language teaching, and this led to the establishment of so many institutes and private colleges, private universities, which were ESP-led in particular. So the science of linguistics, which is of course theoretical linguistics, along with applied linguistics, led to a whole host of ideas, which came in after the liberalization of India, because as I told you, we are slightly slow learners. And the other problem with us is that we are not able to make up our minds about the place we give to languages. I am very glad that NEP has established a multilingual base for higher education. The human mind is created for using multiple languages. There is no limitation to the number of languages a person can learn and use. Unfortunately, political considerations of race and caste and region begin to dictate our linguistic choices. And we forget that first and foremost, we are human beings. So we are designed to use as many languages as we want. But the factor here is, as we want. The motivation is important. Perhaps that motivation will now come from the implementation of NEP, which suggests that we must use realia in the classroom. We must expose our learners to more and more opportunities for using languages, and we must encourage multiple languages in the classroom, which neatly ties up with the theme of this conference, that we are moving from orality to textuality, that we are beginning to recognize our Indian literatures as literature, as pieces of literary studies, as worth analyzing. If you look at papers in any conference these days, you notice the shift in the complete paradigm from a totally British-based literary study. We are moving towards a more global study of literature. And in India, the focus is shifting to Indian literature, works of Indian authors, which I feel is perfectly fine, because we've got all these languages and dialects, and just 22 of our languages are recognized by the Constitution. What about all the others that are out there? And they don't have written records, they don't have a written version. So, recognizing their literature is going to preserve those languages. And in sync with this development, you have the growth of the field of cultural studies, where you are studying all kinds of issues under the umbrella term of cultural studies. Of late, at the Panjab University, there have been students who have done a study of, for example, the Kedarnath area, how their oral traditional literature has been talking about the ecology of the region, the preservation of the environment of the region. And then there's a study from Himachal Pradesh. Anyone here from Himachal? Anyone from Himachal? No? Okay. So in Himachal you have this wonderful ritual in the temples, that they take their gods out of the temple, maybe on the Shera or any other special day, and then the god dictates where the Rath of the god will go. they say that the god actually tilts and shows the way. Now, I don't know whether it is due to the mountainous terrain or it is the people who are carrying the rath who are doing the guiding, but whatever it is, this is a tradition. And then the god decides whether the rath will stay at one place or will move on. So there is a student who has worked on this tradition, that what is the input to that rath when it is moving. And in the process she discovered a lot of oral literature which had not been printed. So now the moment you do a dissertation on it, you are putting it in printed form. There are going to be citations. Then there are quite a few students who are working on the area of Uttaranchal, Uttarakhand, where there are so many dialects that are at the risk of dying out because they don't have a printed version, a written version. So she is working on recording interviews with people who use those dialects and then converting those interviews into the printed word. Of course, here digital humanities helps because, as you know, digital humanities is the interface of the digital world and the field of humanities. So the biggest gift to ELT has been this input from so many disciplines, due to which today, if a student has studied linguistics, it's very, very simple to analyze texts, to do a critical discourse analysis of political material, to look at ads, to look at any kind of bias or prejudice, and to question and interrogate established practices. So you see, language study and then of course subsequently ELT is no longer restricted to a corner of a university. It has begun to reach out to all areas. For instance, if you look at syllabus design, it's not as if we are picking up the structural syllabus and throwing it out and accuracy with it. There is a very slow transition which introduces elements of the communicative functional type, and we have reached a place where we have this umbrella of the communicative approach and not the narrow parameter of just communicative language teaching. There are many books that are out that talk about the post-methods era and the future of methods. Now, methods are dictated by both tradition and technology. Methodology is dictated to by both tradition and technology, which is why if we say ELT at the crossroads, tradition or technology, we are not talking about watertight choices. Rather, the two would go hand in hand. On one hand, you have the tradition of the units of the syllabus, you have the tradition of the past curriculum that you have, and you have the learning from that past curriculum. On the other hand, you have technology helping you, for example, digital humanities, where you can reach out to any university in the world, any individual in the world, and work on projects that are collaborative without any physical movement at all. So here, the lesson is that where we have not been able to make up our minds about English, sometimes we call it the anti-tongue, and sometimes you say Angrez chale gaye, Angrezi chhod gaye. English has made up its mind that it is the global language. There has also been an attempt to replace English with Globish. Globish being a smaller vocabulary, fewer structures, purely in the communicative mode, that if you need English for communication, you need not work very hard at learning it. You can go in for Globish if you like. So there have been attempts everywhere. If you look at the social media, there is this shortening of forms, there is this simplification of language that is happening, which is frowned upon by the INCON kind of purists, but ask any linguist and the linguist will say that change is the feature of a living language. At this point of time, in the ELT classroom, we need to convey to our learners that just as you change your clothing and you change your shoes and you change your accessories, similarly, you need to change your language as per the requirement. And the more languages you know, the more variety you will have. Plus, the variety of the language. You use a different language in the examination hall, a different one when talking to your friends, a different one when talking to your parents. And this switching is effortless. So, might as well retain this effort and acknowledge the multilingual nature of the society we live in, acknowledge the multilingual nature of your neurological system, and go ahead and become proficient in as many languages as you can. Because ELT is not at the crossroads, friends. We all are at the crossroads. ELT has made up its mind. It's going the way it had to. It's growing, it's going strong. We have to decide, are we going to ride this wave of strength? Are we going to oppose it and drown in it? Or are we going to stand where we are and let the waves move around us? That decision is ours. Because as adults, many times we force ourselves into binary choices, yes or no. It's not yes or no. If you are a teacher of literature and you feel that a particular portion of your text is very rich in terms of language features, no harm in doing a linguistic analysis or a stylistic analysis. Or if you are a teacher of linguistics and you feel that a certain text will support what you are saying in the class better, use that text there. So there has to be a lot of hybridization. That I feel would be the future of ELT. If we look at the present, it is the communicative approach. If you look at the future, there's going to be multimodality. There's going to be hybridity. And we've also got to keep in mind the employment patterns of the country. Now, at this point of time, in most postgraduate patterns, departments of universities, there's a lot of hiring going on for content writers. So, why not train our learners through the ELT syllabus to be content writers? No harm in doing that. Because if you don't read the writing on the wall, then you're going to get lost. You see, with 22 official languages and a population of 1,408 billion, we still cannot use one Indian language as the lingua franca. And we are forced into a situation where we have to acknowledge the staying power of English. That English has the staying power, it has the reach to be the lingua franca of this country. One book that all of us must read is called Vernacular English by Akshay Saxena. In Vernacular English, she studies how English is now like a vernacular language for all of us. It has become so much a part of our everyday life. And it's not because we hate Indian languages. It's just that it performs a function that our Indian languages are not able to perform beyond a limited area. So I would suggest, let's give importance, let's give space to every language, but let's remember what is the lingua franca at a particular point of time. Akshay Saxena says in Vernacular English, the story of English in India and the Anglophone world cannot simply be the story of oppression. Cannot simply be the story of oppression. So we've got to get out of that colonial / post-colonial mindset, and we've got to look at language as a tool for communication. As simple as that. Just as post-colonialism is going through a revision these days, and so are so many other fields of study. So why not our attitude towards English? Why not our view of English? Another book that I feel we should all read is called Hindi is Our Ground, English is Our Sky by Chase Lusa. Hindi is our ground, English is our sky. There the author very clearly establishes the fact that you need both your Indian language and English in order to survive in this world, in order to flourish in this world. So, what makes Indian ELT different from other countries? Why is it different? And especially at this point of time. As I told you earlier, it is the sheer number of the population. The numbers make it different. The fact that there are so many teachers of English today, the fact that we've been through all those stages right from the time when language was a tool for political oppression to the time today when language becomes an instrument for success. We've been through all those stages, and we've also tried all the levels of methodology. If you look at the beginning stages of the grammar translation method, and then the direct method, those who studied in convents where you got a rap on the knuckles if you used anything other than English would remember. And then of course the audiolingual method, the structural oral situational approach, and then the communicative language teaching methodology. And now today, when we are in this loosely structured space, where we have this umbrella called the communicative approach, and you've got so many kinds of hybrid methods doing the rounds. And we also have this input from all these institutes that keep coming up that say we'll teach you spoken English in 20 days, vocabulary in 10 days. Now, however, as teachers, we may feel that it doesn't work that way. You can't give a list of words and expect a person to become a vocabulary king overnight. Like, you can't give that confidence in speaking to someone in 15 days. But these institutes are also performing their role. And what is that role? They are conveying to the Indian population that language matters. That you do need proficiency in the language if you want success in your career. What we today call the soft skill development, which is popular in most universities, where you have courses in soft skills, etc. And the best part is when they invite you for a talk and they say, in 1 hour, we want you to impart confidence in spoken English to our students. And there are 250 students in the hall, and you wonder what you're doing there. That's okay. You know, the purpose is not fulfilled, definitely, but you've at least made a start somewhere. Those 250 people will at least remember that they need to do something. They need to get up and do something. And the avenues for improving proficiency, fortunately today, are not very few. There are loads of avenues. And of course, let's not forget the intervention of the digital world here. You must be aware of the fact that today you can write a novel online. You can put in, this is the kind of title I want, this is the plot I want, these are the characters I want, these are the pages I require, these are the chapters, and artificial intelligence will write the whole novel for you. There's also an attempt by Springer publishers. They are putting together volumes on all the topics that they have published on. For example, they put together a volume on climate change. So artificial intelligence looks for all publications on climate change, types in keywords, gives you a corpus of all the publications, and then they go to a human expert who writes the introduction, writes the conclusion, and puts that collection together by sequencing it properly. So you see, you've got artificial intelligence and human intelligence getting together. So the day is not far off when our learners will be learning only through apps and websites. Because as it is, there's so much available in terms of language practice online. So as teachers, I would say for the future, the first thing we all need to do is be flexible in our perception of the role of the teacher. Who is a teacher? What does a teacher do? From the guru, the sage on the stage of the earlier times, to the manager and facilitator today, to the friend, counselor, all those labels that you have. So the role of the teacher, the profile of the teacher is bound to change. When you go to class, you've got to remember that whatever you are talking about, your learners know about it already thanks to Google. So let's come up with something that they don't know. That I would say would be the future trend. The second would be that there's definitely going to be an increase in learner autonomy. Learners are going to be more autonomous, and the student profile is going to undergo a drastic change. I'm sure you've all seen the change in the student profile where your classrooms are concerned. So we are going to face more autonomous learners, more independent learners, and learners who have other resources beyond the dusty library that we had, right? Also, the intervention of artificial intelligence and technology in the classroom, the hybridization that I was talking about, and the multilingual classroom that we must not forget. Recently, there have been publishers who have worked on promoting multilingualism in schools. In particular, if you want to look it up, British Council is currently running a free online course for teachers where they are teaching, where the British Council teaches you strategies for multilingual teaching in your classroom. So we are looking forward to a future that is multilingual. We are looking forward to a classroom that is multilingual in flavor. And there is no harm. If you recall, the earliest successful method was the bilingual method after the direct method, because the grammar translation method could not work because it did not give enough scope to listening and speaking. The direct method meant focus was only on the target language. So a natural development was the bilingual method, where you use two languages in the classroom and gradually tapered off to give more space to the target language. So now if you are using more languages in the classroom, research tells us that people who are multilingual are more flexible in their approach. They are younger in terms of their cognitive skill, and their neural pathways are better developed. So you are looking at the true global citizens of a sustainable future. So your role as an English language teacher is no longer limited to just the classroom. You are looking at a national interface, and then a global interface that is going to feed into higher education, and from there percolating to the other levels, primary and tertiary. So here, our role in the classroom is important. Our input into the curriculum is important, because the curriculum is also evolving along with these changes. And of course, the impact it has on testing. That whole idea of washback is not limited to just the classroom or the higher education institution paradigm, but it stretches beyond the classroom to society as well. Because when testing takes into consideration all the 4 skills of language, or it begins to look at the communicative competence of learners, then a very bold message is sent out that, well, language belongs to the user and it must do something for the user if it is to survive. So the same message would go for our profession, that we need to wake up, understand the situation, read the situation, and then implement the changes that are required. Because whether we like it or not, the trajectory of English is not going to stop for us. And as a part of that trajectory, we have to understand, are we going to be played upon, or are we the players? That is our decision after all. I think I'll stop here, and if we have any questions, they are most welcome.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your presentation. Now, this session is open for discussion. So, if you have a couple of questions, so we would appreciate. Please.
I don't have a question as such, but just to add what Man has said, because Professor Bhim has taken us through the entire trajectory from reality to the present context. As far as ULT is concerned, like we all teachers of English, there are our own perspective on teaching of this language in the classrooms. But certainly, what the professor has said, need to be, as far as students are concerned, need to be useful in terms of the output as such. That's one thing. The point which I wish to convey is that since we are part of a country which is linguistically very diverse, culturally very diverse. Professor G.M. Devi has done a beautiful project on this linguistic diversity of India through his PLSI project, where he has brought in almost 1,000 languages. He calls them languages. He doesn't call them dialects as such. And he says that that could be a wonderful resource for us as teachers of English to teach English effectively to Indian students. That's one. Second point which I wish to convey is that once Mahatma Gandhi said that English is spoken in England, it is studied in India and abused in America. That's what Gandhi said. I'm quoting Professor C.D. Vasanaya of Westwood University through Gandhi. So this difference between speaking English and studying English and then abusing English. So let's bring these 3 ideas of English in the correct perspective and use our own resources which we have in terms of our cultural narratives and our languages. And the last thing which I wish to say is that this notion of linguistic plurality, I think, need to be works in a different direction. It should not be. Holistic priority takes away the entire notion of this holistic attitude to learning and teaching a language. Right. So I think that the Indian philosophy of language notion of below the mark, they call it below the mark in the Mimamsa philosophy, where negation becomes the perfect negation becomes the instigator. So through negation we can really enter into a fruitful discussion and debate and come up to a good solution in the class. That promotes contrastive thinking as well, because that's one of the aims of teaching a language. Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a wonderful session, a very, very practical session in fact. Thank you so much.
Yeah, madam, I have 2-3 observations or comments the way I receiving your talk. So one was that it was the trajectory of your presentation. I am seeing that there was a real reading of the motivational change from the intrinsic motivation of the students to understand the culture through the language, specifically through literary studies, through the studies of literature, of the canonical literature of that culture. There was an attempt. And there was the intrinsic motivation. There was a generation who used to go to language classrooms, so I teach basically German language. So they understand there was a tradition of 30 plus, 40 plus, 50 plus of age group used to come for foreign language classes, thinking that my grandfather has left a book in my shelf, so I would like to read it, so I don't know the language. That is the reason I wanted a foreign language. But the intrinsic motivation, specifically after 1991, through the globalization policies, there is a clear-cut shift in the motivation pattern towards extrinsic motivation. The people are willing to take a language because there is an external use they can very easily see. But this change in the motivation of the students, that has brought a lot of challenges to the conventional departments programs. But most of the departments are unwilling to accommodate this change, and then the UGC policies adding the specific language for specific purposes was just one paper here and there, or then they will add certificate programs, diploma programs. There are a lot of attempts. But one thing I find interesting is the objective of language learning as such, whether it is literary learning, whether it is language for this kinds of useful language learning, the term that you are using, hybridization, I find it very interesting because in the selection of the syllabus, not only the canonical literary material of poems and stories and essays, but there can be films, speeches, or anecdotes, or proverbs, which is also represents the culture. And through the term realia, you will be in a position to bring that current culture, which is existing in the target world, directly here. So for that, the technology can help us. But at the same time, I have one more question regarding that I agree with those concepts, where I find it slightly, maybe my mind was working with that idea, regarding the multilingual classroom. So when we speak about a multilingual classroom, because I specifically from this area, my area is FLT, foreign language teaching. So where I personally feel like when there are students from different language speakers come to learn a language like German. So now I have to teach them German. And my medium of teaching is in English. And when they are receiving my teaching in their own Haryana background, or in their Punjabi background, or in their Hindi background, or maybe related to their own mother tongue background. So how to impact them and how to make them understand when you say this thing in German, it is not what you say. For example, the calling using up and tum in Hindi is not exactly saying that though the equal words are existing, but it has got a totally different cultural connotation. So then I have to go to the Hindi. I have to ask them, how do you use these situations in Hindi? Then Punjabi students will give something else. We don't have these references. Or some other language we have only one. It's like English, you, either poor or single, it's you only. So I think the multilinguality is, I experience as in the classrooms, in the multilingual, multicultural students. They bring me the challenge. But whether the teacher should be multilingual or not, I mean, I was trying to understand whether you are speaking about the multi-growth teachers class or a multicultural representation the students are present in the class. So where do you stand in the multilingual classroom? This is the one. And then the last moment, the language as a language seen as a community for the end user. So this, there can be a lot of debate on discourses. How do you see the language as such? Those who see the language as a thought of a culture. So it is not a commodity to be sold and sold and purchased and consumed in the other world. This is my observation.
Thank you for that detailed response. Yeah, let me find your questions. Okay, when we talk about the multilingual classroom, the teacher doesn't have to be a polyglot or a multiglot, because the whole impulse behind the multilingual classroom is, number one, to teach learners respect for every linguistic system. Number two, to give them the motivation that is missing. You see, I'll share with you a small experiment that I conducted in my classroom. We were reading a poem that everyone was finding difficult to explain. So I said, you know the ideas? Yes, we know the ideas in the poem. Would you like to write them down in your own language? So we had one person writing the ideas of the poem in Kashmiri, one in Hindi, one in Punjabi, one was fluent in French, he wrote in French. And then they read them out. After reading them out, then they said, okay, now we can translate them into English. And they sat down to translate them into English. So going through the path of the mother tongue made understanding easier. Also, when the students were exposed to so many languages in the classroom, they realized the same way you realized that aap and tum don't exist in German, tu doesn't exist in German, right? So they also realized the cultural aspect of every language is different. And that sparked off a desire in some of them to learn other languages. So overall, the experiment made them more motivated. The purpose of a multilingual classroom is not that every learner learns every language. The purpose is to boost motivation, to teach respect for other languages, and somewhere or the other create that system of contrastive analysis that linguists were talking about in the structural times. That every language has a different structure. So the way you say something in your mother tongue would be different from how you say it in your target language. Does that answer the hybridization, multilingualism part?
My issue was when you say that neural development happens through multilinguality.
It happens.
It happens, I agree with it. But it is happening when somebody starts learning different languages, not somebody who is present in a multilingual classroom.
No. Being present in a multilingual classroom sparks off the desire to be multilingual. So it's the beginning of the process in that sense. So that's one question. Second question.
Was the question in the first part. I was just saying that I was saying from the motivational change of the students for the entire trajectory that you were explaining, how the changes were coming.
Yeah. So when we talk about extrinsic and intrinsic motivation, I'm sure you've read about the zone of proximal development. In the zone of proximal development, motivation is at its peak. In some learners, it is through extrinsic mode. In some learners, it is through intrinsic mode. But it has been seen through research that the extrinsic mode can lead to the intrinsic motivation. in stages. When the extrinsic motivation is repeated enough, it leads to a sparking off of intrinsic motivation by and by. So which is why we use the larger term motivation instead of splitting it into two, because they are intimately related.
What is extensive motivation? I was conducting a survey in Phool universities, not now, 5 years back. It was related to the foreign language classrooms. So the 30 teachers were experienced in teaching the foreign language, German, French, Russian, also English teachers, Portuguese teachers. And their observation, because I was analyzing the last 20 years of language teaching in India, after the liberalization, where this extrinsic motivation is so strong. So they were saying that the extrinsic motivation gives a narrow idea of a language. It's like we're trying to measure that, okay, you learn 200 verbs, then the language is there. Or this certain MNC wanted to have a kind of a language skill which they are supposed to just match the keywords, and then they can enter the data into an American website. From a French data or German data, just know 2-3 words, they can directly identify the idea. That kind of the initial stage of so-called artificial intelligence, mechanizing or taking the cultural and nuances of language to just to limits of what is a very skeleton use of the language. That would not be encouraged. That was the major idea promoted by most of the existing experienced teachers, because language has much more than that.
But see, you've got to start somewhere. And also, what I said in the beginning, let's not encourage binaries and watertight comparisons. Because even if 1% of your students get intrinsically motivated due to the extrinsic motivation, that would be a good achievement for you. Right?
I guess I would also, permission of the speaker, I would also like to add to it in my own experience. When I was a student and I was to take up my PhD research, and I was looking around for topics, and I was visiting various universities, and I tried doing something with the Bible, and I tried English canon, picking up their women's studies, and of course even partition literature. But when I met her in the department, she said, why not think of doing something which actually is which is multilingual in nature, which opens up the vistas of your brain, and which also promotes your own culture. And that was where it struck to me, why not do something with Sanskrit and English? And I was good. So, I was inspired and motivated. So as a teacher, I would believe this inspiration travels. And I took a PhD which was comparative in nature, which had contrasted analysis of features. And my PhD was in Sanskrit and English with 2 noted names, Kalidas and Wordsworth. So I believe a teacher can always, do that inspiration and motivation, and especially when you can configure this thing, and you can configure your students to act into that multilingual environment, which actually adds to personality, thinking, development, language skills, competence. So it's an overall development that we are talking about, just not a language skill alone, but culture and your own personal performance, competence, proficiency. So all these dynamics are at work that I would like to add.
Thank you one and all for your very informative observations. So now I would like to request the chair of the session for her concluding remarks, please.
To listen to Dr. Deepti. I believe that the discourse which I am heard has been an adding experience to all of us. And I would like to apprise her that in my own department, we have a proper space given to, a section space given in the syllabus to reality. So we are teaching 75% of literature papers and 25% ELT papers. So it's a kind of unique combination, our USP, which definitely relates to the conference theme that we have, where we are not just talking about, we are recording these things in orality and textuality. Nothing is beyond language. So literature and language as a combination is something which makes a learner grow who comes to the Department of English. And as a teacher, we also feel that we have this kind of obligation to sensitize our learners, to equip our learners, empower our learners to go further. So with these words, I would like to conclude this session with a heartfelt thanks to Dr. Deepti Gupta, and she has been my teacher too, so it's another addition to my own personal feelings. So thank you, ma'am, for sparing your time and being with us and helping us to discover the latest developments, and also talking about the research avenues which are available in ELT through multimodality and hybridization. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your concluding remarks. Now I request Vishwa to come and give the word to us.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor Amrita to facilitate Professor Deepti with a sapling and a shawl.
This is truly a proud moment for
Thank you.
and to get it from my own student.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Professor Ravi to facilitate Dr. Amrita with a sapling and a shawl.
You know, Haryana once told me, in Haryana we do everything on a large scale. So look at their idea of a sapling.
Now we'll be having a tea break for 20 to 15 minutes. And after that we'll start with the valedictory session.
Thanks everyone.
This program was
बुलाए देंगे, बुलाए देगा अपने नो नीचे बंद होगा, नीचे से बंद है। आगे ले जाओ।
स्क्रीन कैसे है?
एक काम ही करो आप, लेकिन साइड पे जा कर लो, उसको बुला।
Sir, I'm so sorry sir, मैं आ नहीं पाया because मार्च एंड है तो काफी सारी चीजें साइन करनी है सबके लिए. मैंने फोन भी किया था पर बात नहीं हो पाई थी मेरे से, मुझे बहुत छोड़. Professor Kapil sir, good to see you sir. Namaskar. Yes sir, I'm an officer.
You have a huge budget to look after.
March end is very crucial sir, because that PA for instance gets jammed, so इसलिए then में जरूर आता है sir.
Nice place to come to. Good place to come to.
जी sir.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Bhagat Phool Mahila Vishwavidyalaya, Professor Sudesh, esteemed guest Professor Dhananjay Singh, respected teachers and all the delegates, I welcome you all to the valedictory session of the 3-day international conference on Indian literary studies from orality to textuality, a civilizational watershed. The chair for this session is Professor Dhananjay Singh, Center for English Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. where he teaches comparative poetics, Natyashas, Indian poetics, Indian intellectual tradition, English poetry, Irish literature, and post-colonial literature. He has published research articles and essays in these areas. Currently, he is Member Secretary ICSSR. Professor Dhananjay is an academic translator and poet. His interzonal contribution is specifically in the fields of comparative aesthetics and poetics, classical Indian and Western philosophy, and the philosophy of language. He is the author of Fables in the Indian Narrative Tradition and Analytical Study 2011 and Conceptual Origin of Theatre in India in 2020. Poetics, a project of, he is an assistant editor of Encyclopedia of Indian Poetics, a project of Sahitya Academy, New Delhi, and Union Academy, International, Brussels. He was also assistant editor of Mutual Regards, an anthology of Indian-Irish writings. He was visiting professor at University of Bergamo, Italy in 2014. International visiting fellow at Grinnell College, Grinnell, Iowa, USA in 2015. He is a visiting research fellow at Trinity Longroom House, Trinity College, Dublin. Now I invite Sir to share a few words with us.
Thank you so much, my Guru, Professor Kapil Kapoor, sir. Such a great honor for us to have with us the Padma Bhushan, glory of the country, the nation, glory for the civilization. Whatever little that I know is because of him. There are some teachers who actually change the way your life would move in your direction, So all of us know that going by Robert Frost, ways, and the one which was less traveled makes all the difference. So, especially when students come from such backgrounds which are challenging actually, and I'm sure in the university, the great university that you have so many students coming, the teachers that make great decisions for the students, and I was privileged to have been taught by him and inspired by him, and whatever a little I know, because he is a sea of knowledge, a universe of knowledge. थोड़ी बहुत कुछ बूंद हमने समझ आई है, मैं शेयर करूँगा. आदरणीय पुरोहित जी, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ajit, Dr. Daisy, Dr. Amrita, Ravi Bhushan ji, of course, thank you so much, and all colleagues, and those who are in this sort of Shanti Niketan, Dr. Pallavi, Dr. Professor Sudesh, as I said, Dr. Gita. It's an honor for me, as I said. And orality and oral cultures and literary cultures, as I'm sure my Guru might have already said, is that we were primarily in oral culture, not because we did not have the technology and the means of writing as such, but we are an alternate culture, obviously, with a different mode of knowledge creation. And I'm using his phrase, I'm using Professor Kapoor's phrase on the different mode of knowledge creation, transmission, and dissemination. That made us different. All cultures obviously have their origin of thinking, origin of intellection, origin of knowing themselves in orality. Why? Because orality, Shabda as such, if you go back to our own traditions, obviously, if you go back to Bhartlahari, the difference between a Shabda that is spoken and that is experienced as such, and the Shabda that is written is a difference of consciousness, is a difference of self, is a difference of being as such. Well, in modern times, obviously, one does understand that writing in all cultures, if you look at from Ireland, for instance, Irish culture was predominantly a oral culture. Writing became a means for, let's say, political mobilization, literacy as such. But our ideas of literacy were different. So, if you look at, let's say, the relation of speaking, of speech and writing, for instance, in Akarya, there's a statement that a student is in fact advised not to engage in certain things, obviously, including alcohol. And one of the things that he is or she is, if you can interpret it, is not advised to engage in writing, obviously, is because perhaps there's a belief that meditation, reflection, realization happens in the mind, and therefore there's a greater primacy given to orality and oral culture. The difference between, again, orality and literary culture is the difference of honey, honey. And if you take it to theatre, obviously, there's a great deal of thinking between a written text and a text that gets performed on stage. A written text never has that kind of an impact, and Purohit is a scholar in this domain. A written text, a drama, for instance, a play, will never have that kind of impact that a performed text would be on stage. Primarily because sound makes it different, and with an understanding that it is impossible for human beings to communicate completely, in the sense that all the emotions and the ideas that we have in acts of communication, it is impossible to articulate and render the complete meaning. Why? Because there is a serious limitation to the medium of communication, which is language as such. And because language as it is understood is also a language which is in the mind, and the language that gets articulated by a vocabulary. Therefore we have literature. The origin of literature lies in the fact that the language that we speak, of course, in non-literary experiences cannot communicate all meaning. The very fact that our body starts moving when we are under some emotional effect, even as an let's say an after effect of a profound experience, the body automatically starts moving. Obviously, we automatically come to have gestures, like my hands are moving right now. So I'm not dictating my hands to move. The movement of the hands is indicative of the fact that the language that I'm speaking is not complete enough, is not sufficient enough, is not adequate enough, is not effective enough to communicate the meaning that I have in mind. And that is why the body starts moving. Therefore, there's always a limitation to literary renditions of speech, of minds, of mental thoughts, of emotions. So that's why orality continues. Orality comes back. Orality continues. We were at a time, of course, with the invention of the printing press and the book as such, book which is an object in the hand. Obviously, the book has a history, and that, of course, is coterminous with what is understood as modernity in Western cultures. So there is a time where book becomes important, where published book becomes important. So you have a constitution in hand. That's a book. That's a tangible book. So that's a transformation of knowledge from mind to an object which is tangible, right? Which is given such authority that here is a constitution. So here is the Bible, for instance, right? Here is this book. in our culture, even though we have, like, here the Gita, I have it in my hand, it's a printed, it's a published book. The authenticity of the published book, or the printed book, the tangible book, is always subservient to the meanings that I have in my mind that I have gained from a civilizational movement as such. The point that I'm trying to say is that there comes a time with modernity, of course, in the West primarily, that has an effect on us in early 20th century and 20th century, where the book becomes important, the book has to be referred to, the book has to be cited, right? For every statement you need to cite a book, citations are important, and then, as you can see, there's a return, obviously. There's a return with technology, with social media. There's again a return back from the book to orality. And orality comes back. Why is orality coming back? Why are the YouTube videos becoming so important now? Why? Because the human self, whether it is a self or the society that we live in, ultimately it wants to realize itself, feel itself, experience itself. That a literary culture or a literary production can never substitute. And that is why, even with the publication of books, even with the publications of newspaper, even as we are reading more and more, even as we are becoming literate more and more, there will eventually in the civilizational history going back to orality. Because as I said, experience, realization, right, feeling, right, that is what is a core of human experience. So I'm sure, I don't have time for much deliberation. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and all of you are looking forward to Professor Purohit. It's my great honor. I had a privilege to spend a few moments and take his Ashirwad, one of the finest human beings I have ever met in my life, so humble, full of knowledge, and I'm just miss that I have not been able to be there. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you. I apologize for not being present.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable and enriching work. Now I invite Professor Ashok Verma, Department of English, and currently Director IQAC, for the welcome address.
Respected Professor Kapil Kapoor, respected Professor Data Ram Purohit, Professor Deepti Gupta, the chair of the session, of course, Professor Dhananjay Singh from JNU, respected colleagues and dear students. After 3 days of deliberation, we are into this valedictory session of this wonderful and unique kind of conference organized by the Department of English of the Phool Vishwa Bharti University. So I welcome you heartily to the final session of this unique and wonderful conference. I call this conference unique and wonderful because in fact, again, it's a watershed kind of moment. Watershed in the sense that normally when we talk about an English researcher or an English student, his or her understanding is limited to the Western framework or Western model. When we talk about any kind of literary concept, any ordinary student of English literature would simply refer to the Western model, not being aware in the least of a richer tradition that we have in India. So this conference, I believe, would sensitize all of us, not only the students, but we as teachers who in fact are teaching in various institutes of higher education, to expand our mental horizon, and yes, of course, to find meaningful deliberations in our own tradition. I'm reminded of one particular episode. In fact, it's a clip from a movie, and in that movie, Blue Umbrella, the Blue Umbrella celebrated the show story by Ruskin Bond, and when the movie begins, the village shopkeeper is illiterate, obviously, and somebody is trying to befool him because he is making him listen to something in English, and then finally the punchline comes कि ये कह रहा है वो और अंग्रेजी में भी कोई झूठ बोलता है. Now this is the mindset, common mindset that we have, that if you are saying it in English, then it becomes a sacrosanct. Now we need to transcend this limited understanding of literature, of English as such, and that we can do only when we have a parallel model. And mind you, we are not going to establish the supremacy of one particular model over the other. The only idea is, can we actually make our understanding more complete? Can we make it richer? Can we make it more complete, as I said? So I'm sure that the conference has been very, very successful in achieving its basic aim of igniting the minds of young learners, and obviously under the guidance of such veterans. So I welcome you once again to the valedictory session of this conference and wish you all the very best. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Pallavi for sharing the report on the conference.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries present here. And the Department of English, Bhagat Phool Singh Vishwa Vidyalaya organized a 3-day international conference from 27 to 29th March on the theme Indian Literary Studies from Orality to Textuality, a Civilizational Watershed. Professor Ravi Bhushan, Chairperson, Department of English, opened the conference with his welcome address where he introduced the motive of the conference to the attendees. Following it was the presidential address by the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sudesh. She mentioned the role of literature in modern times and how literature can act as a unifying force for transporting ideas. She congratulated Professor Kapil Kapoor on receiving Padma Bhushan. She also talked about Professor Byrski's association with the university in 2013. She also thanked Professor Bhim Singh Dahiya for his inspiration and motivation. Professor Kapil Kapoor then gave the inaugural address. He mentioned the hardships of Bhakt Phool Singh Ji and said, "You can kill the man, but not an idea." He also explained the meaning of orality and textuality and how the orality should be retained while the transfer from orality to textuality. He also talked about the idea of Eastern tradition as orality and Western tradition as scriptive in his address, the tradition of speaking and listening versus reading and writing. He also talked about the pressure that Indian oral civilization is under. The inaugural address was followed by the virtual keynote address by Professor MK Byrski, who shared his thoughts on the theme of the conference, informing us about the unique and splendid oral tradition of humanity and the world. He also said that texts like Manusmriti are magnificent achievement of human thought, and without their textual incarnations, translations could not have been possible. He recited a hymn from Kurukshetra in his keynote address and mentioned that the culture of this university is properly reflected in his hymn. Our honored guest, Professor Bhim Singh Dahiya, then gave the honored guest address, who talked about the pitfalls in each era and mentioned the need to look for the positive and the negatives for where the errors have been committed in literature. Dr. Geeta then delivered the vote of thanks for the session. The conference progressed with 7 plenary sessions with 3 addresses on the first day, 3 on the second day, and 1 on the last day of the conference. and in total 8 technical sessions, with 3 sessions on the day 1, 4 sessions on the day 2, and the last on the last day of the conference. The first plenary address was given by Dr. Sonal Mansingh, who emphasized the idea that no education can be completed without an expressive element of art in her address. She also emphasized the idea that Bhakti Yoga is the easiest way to Mukti. She took the text Geet Gobind into consideration for her talk and mentioned how art is important for the proper understanding of life. She also mentioned how concepts and concerns come alive in Natya. Bhav, Rag, Tal and some other elements of Natya were the highlights of her speech. Professor Kapil Kapoor chaired the session and the session was moderated by Dr. Shah. The second plenary session, Professor Kapil Kapoor chaired the session and Professor Rajnish Kumar Mishra ji deliberated on the topic Arsh, Kavya, Orality and Textuality. His prime focus was on the concept of Indian poetics. He also emphasized on the idea that imagination is the integral part of poetry. He also talked about the definition of Sahitya, that is, togetherness of word and meaning. He also mentioned that the world would be like a stone without art and aesthetic charm. He also talked about sublime ideas and mentioned a total of 21 texts in his address. The session was moderated by Professor Ashok Verma. In the third plenary session, Professor Rajnish Kumar Mishra ji chaired the session and Professor Dinesh Kumar was the speaker who deliberated on the topic Oral Tradition of Sanskrit Vangmaya. He talked in detail on Sanskrit Vangmaya and also discussed about the origin of meter. Meter is said to have been introduced when a male bird was killed by a hunter and the female bird cried and they were heard by Maharishi Valmiki. The session was moderated by Dr. Ajit Singh. The fourth plenary address was given by Dr. Paramba Shree Yogamaya, who gave her valuable insights on the topic Acharya Science Preface to Rigved, Bhashya and Vedic Panorama. She stressed on understanding the meaning of the recital of Vedas, and for that it is to understand Mimamsa and Vedanta in addition to being well versed in Chaturdas Vidyas, that is 14 sciences. Dr. Javeid Iqbal Bhat chaired the session and the session was moderated by Ms. Shikha. Then Dr. Javeid Iqbal Bhat gave the fifth plenary address who deliberated on the topic Oral Poetics, Narratives in Kashmir, a Critical Overview. He talked about the Kashmiri poetic traditions in detail and also about the origin of Kashmiri language. He also deliberated 3 features of orality as formulaic, agonistic and fusion or amalgamation. Professor Ipshita Chanda chaired the session and Dr. Sukirti was the session moderator. Professor Ipshita Chanda gave the 6th plenary address who deliberated on the topic of stolen goods in poetry, listening and speaking in a plural literary culture. She expounded in detail about didactic literature and Panchtantra as an example of didactic literature. She also talked about the origin of Vak, which is Sakhya, that means companionship, and also Dharm of Vakya, that is well-spoken connects. Dr. Javeid Iqbal Bhat chaired the session and Ms. Shikha was the session moderator. The last plenary address was given by Professor Deepti Gupta, who gave her valuable insights on the topic ELT at the crossroads tradition of technology. She started her talk about her journey in ELT and also talked about the relevance of ELT according to new education policy. She emphasized on the fact that language is a supporting base for a career and as a social interaction. Language is not what it is, but what it does. She focused on the importance of action research in the universities. She also talked about the importance of learning multiple languages, and we are moving towards more global study of literature. She focused on the fact that change is the feature of a living language, and more languages you know, more varieties you have. Professor Amrita chaired the session and Dr. Ajit Singh was the session moderator. The technical sessions witnessed topics ranging from antiquity to contemporarity falling under the aegis of the theme of the conference. The journey of Indian myths and folklores from orality to textuality to performance was well presented by the speakers. foundational texts of Indian writings were given major space, while the linguistics aspects were also deliberated upon. The technical sessions was followed by the valedictory program, which is now in the progress right now. And Professor Dhananjay gave her valuable insights on the theme of the conference. Professor Ashok Verma gave the welcome address and welcome all the dignitaries to this valedictory program. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Shami Nagpal from Dayanand College, Hisar for her observations.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a 3-day marathon with speakers of mammoth stature, giving their views on the topic Indian Literary Studies from Orality to Textuality, a Civilization Watershed. My regards to Professor Kapil Kapoor, who is always a delight to listen to, and you always learn something new each time he speaks. Professor Bhim Singh Dahiya, who has been my teacher in my MPhil days, way back in 1989, and a person I have always looked upon. Keynote addressee, Professor MK Byrski from University of Warsaw, Poland, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sudesh, who has a very far-fetched vision and I am sure will take the university to places with her team. Professor Data Ram Purohit, Sangeet Natak Akademi Awardee, and the keynote addressee for the valedictory session, Dean Faculty of Arts and Languages, Professor Amrita, Chairperson of Department of English, Professor Ravi Bhushan, convener for this whole event, Dr. Geeta Bhagat, the faculty and scholars from the Department of English, and my fellow participants. I stand before you to make my observations on this 3-day conference, and I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. After listening to experts for 3 days, I, as a very, very new student and practically a layman in front of all the learned scholars, would like to submit my views. Orality is one of the most important features of ancient Indian literature. In oral cultures, message is always transferred in the presence of these people. Oral traditions bring people together, whereas the written tradition engenders greater individuality. Literary writings in India, with its multilingual and multicultural history, owe a lot to orality, memory, translation, and folklore. Folk poetics and folklore is the origin of Indian literature, and translation attempts to preserve orality, which would otherwise be lost and frozen. Oral traditions and orality have always been an important part of the lives of Indians for generations. It has conveyed the cherished societal values and contributed towards the expansion of the cultural world. The tales, stories, and traditional practices heard as children from their ancestors go much deeper into their both memory and psyche. I, as a child, knew much before I had read about the partition and migration, as my grandparents and parents had gone through that phase. But oral traditions are bound to fade away, owing to factors such as social, political, economic, and cultural transitions. In the absence of translation, transmission, and transference, the oral traditions will certainly disappear. There have been very meaningful and wonderful deliberations in the last 3 days on Indian literary studies from orality to textuality. So without adding more on what has already been said by the experts, my humble submission is that in a lot of things, when converted from oral to text, the honesty and authenticity is compromised. There is an abundance on the internet on every topic, and things are just one finger touch away for the students. So our role as teachers is to guide them on what is right or wrong. With the digitalization and the world going at such a fast pace, our moral and ethical values have somewhere taken a back seat. We all as students, scholars and teachers owe it to keep our originality intact when we move from orality to textuality. I relate very, very well to Professor Deepti, and it was a beautiful discourse, ma'am. My other observation on the conference is, again, with all my due respect to all my colleagues, my respected colleagues who are present here, as paper presenters, must avoid reading blindly every word and every line from the paper, and instead should try and relate to the other participants and experts listening to us. I would like to thank once again the organizers and congratulate them on the successful organization of this very wonderful 3 days conference. I am carrying home wonderful learnings. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to put my thoughts to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I invite Professor Amrita, Dean Faculty of Arts and Languages, for Dean's address, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll first of all cite an incantation because I think we are all there because of Goddess Saraswati, the Goddess of wisdom. Pavakavana Saraswati, Vajib Virvajini Gati, Yagyam Vashtu Vyavasu. So this conference, I believe, is a kind of a yajna, and in this yajna, the goddess has been kind enough to take it to a successful conclusion, to the finality. With this, though the VC is not here, but I would still like to recite or say that she has been a kind of beacon, because of which I think recently there have been a lot of developments in the university. Professor Kapil Kapoor, who has been kind enough to grace this conference, which is present in all 3 days. So, and Professor Purohit, Dr. Deepti Gupta, Dr. Dhananjay, Dr. Shanti Niketan, who has been my dear friend and colleague in BM College, where I started my career. And of course, I would also take this opportunity to say from this platform, and I would like to appreciate the efforts of the IQAC Director, Dr. Ashok Verma-ji, because of whom dedicatedly and with the efforts of our Vice Chancellor, we have been accredited recently for MAC. I think the conference theme is very relevant in the present scenario. Orality has been the tradition in India since ages. And with the coming of the printing press, I believe textuality has been a platform which has been growing day to day. And entering the digital age, there's a kind of boom in this information, and of course capturing orality and keeping the standardization of textuality is a bigger question at large. As teachers, we face it day to day, and as our learners, as just the previous speaker, Dr. Shami, has rightly said, there's so much of digital information. Getting to the right information is the biggest challenge. As a teacher, we face to train our students so that there's a sense of discretion to choose the right information and the right authentic source. Orality for me is a structure of consciousness which is related to culture, embedded in the culture. And of course, in oral traditions, as a linguist, I see a lot of repetitions there which conveys the point of view, which has been from time to time, the change in point of view have been there, themes have changed, but of course, the technique of repetition is seen. That's what Upanishad tradition also denoted and promoted. This strong rhyme scheme there, and of course, music, props, strong imagery, and of course, not the last, but the interaction with the audience is something which is really important. I would like to convey my appreciation on record for the convener of the conference, for the department, and all those who have contributed, the students who have been here to support it, and all the speakers who spared their time to be here with us to share their thoughts and deliberated on the conference theme. I would rather take the stage when we talk of watershed, there is no tight compartments. So I would like to congratulate and convey my best wishes, taking textuality to orality, and submit this rendition for the same. साथी रे ना घबराना, मंजिल को बढ़ते जाना. साथी रे ना घबराना, मंजिल को बढ़ते जाना. चाहे आंधी हो, चाहे तूफान हो, चाहे आंधी हो, चाहे तूफान हो, हम बढ़ते ही जाएंगे. साथी रे ना घबराना, मंजिल को बढ़ते जाना. छोटी छोटी बातों पे लड़ना नहीं, छोटी छोटी बातों पे फंसना नहीं. छोटी छोटी बातों पे लड़ना नहीं, छोटी छोटी बातों पे फंसना नहीं. मुश्किल हो राहें हो दूर किनारे, मुश्किल हो राहें हो दूर किनारे, हम बढ़ते ही जाएंगे. साथी रे ना घबराना, मंजिल को बढ़ते जाना. आओ चले सभी के हम दुख बांट लें, साथी जो खड़े हैं राह में वो साथ लें. आओ चले सभी के हम दुख बांट लें, साथी जो खड़े हैं राह में वो साथ लें. हो दूर निराशा, भर कर नव आशा. हो दूर निराशा, भर कर नव आशा, हम बढ़ते ही जाएंगे. साथी रे ना घबराना, मंजिल को बढ़ते जाना. साथी रे ना घबराना, मंजिल को बढ़ते जाना. साथी रे ना घबराना, मंजिल को बढ़ते जाना. I dedicate this to my teacher, Dr. Deepti Gupta, because of whom I think I learned this, that it is always a path in progress. So I compliment the department, and of course it's a real development on the path of progress after NAC that we have a very successful conference, and I'm sure we will be moving forward on this path even in future. My congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your words and a lovely song. Now I invite Miss Soma Mukherjee from SET. I take this privilege to introduce Professor Data Ram Purohit, former Professor of English, former Director, Center for Folk Performing Arts and Culture. He has been visiting professor at Heidelberg University, Germany in 2009. Württemberg Fellow in SAI, Heidelberg, Germany, 2018 to 2019. National Fellow IIAS, Shimla, from 2019 to 2021. Currently, he is Adjunct Professor, Theatre HNP, Garhwal University, Srinagar. He is a playwright, actor, director, and researcher. He is recipient of prestigious awards such as Gad Ratna Puruskar, Bhatri Mandal, Mumbai, Gad Gaurav Puruskar, Akhil Garhwal Sabha, Dehradun, Sangeet Natak Akademi Puruskar, Bharat Sarkar, Nai Delhi. Vocational Service Award, Rotary Club, Srinagar, Uttarakhand. Now I invite Professor Data Ram Purohit ji for valedictory address. Sir. I welcome Professor Data Ram Purohit ji for valedictory address.
मंडलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं यत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। मैं अपने जी पद्म भूषण उपस्थित इस सेमिनार के आयोजक प्रोफेसर Deepti Gupta, Professor Ambika, Professor Geeta Bhagat. When I read her name plate, I thought she was the same Geeta. And all the time I remained slightly scared. Thank you so much. I said to Professor Deepti Gupta, in our Indian tradition, when we have no image or no assistant to put upon the platform, puja platform, we put in the Gobar Ganesh. So I, being the speaker for the valedictory session, is exactly like that. And Guruji has made me into a Gobar Ganesh. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for inviting me. So, I've been listening to the discourses on orality and sexuality, and I still remain very much confused whether this sexuality existed long ago in our system. Because when I hear the 14 sutras of Panini, I want to read it, I don't know what were the graphics of these sutras. Guruji knows better, but I remain confused. And then when I go back to the narrative about the Mahabharata, where Vyasa was looking for some speedy, fast writer for the slokas he would recite on Mahabharata. So ultimately Ganesh was located. Ganesh agreed to write, but Ganesh had a condition. He himself put forward a condition. The condition was कि मैं वही लिखूंगा, व्यास ने कहा मैं बोलता जाऊंगा तुम रुकोगे नहीं। उसने कहा मैं वही लिखूंगा जो मेरी समझ आएगा, जो मेरी समझ नहीं आएगा मैं वो नहीं लिखूंगा। So that orality, that textuality which has also been used by this Peter Brook in his production of Mahabharata play, you might have read and seen Peter Brook's Mahabharata. Earlier it was 18-hour Mahabharata, then it became 9-hour Mahabharata, and ultimately it became 6-hour long Mahabharata performance. I will request that young man, what is he? I've been working, let me introduce myself, I've been working on these oral traditions for last 30 years. I have documented so many traditions in the presence of Guruji. He is in the inspiring force and he is in the supporting force. So I have documented so many texts, oral texts of the Himalayan traditions. This is the Pandava dance ritual in the central Himalaya. So Pandava, they say that Kurukshetra took place here. As Guruji says, from Shivalik to this place, it extended. It was a very, very vast area where Kurukshetra Yuddha took place. But in our central Himalaya, particularly in Bhagat, it is not in Kumaon, it is not in Himachal Pradesh, we have the ritual narrative traditions all over. And I have so far documented 16 ritual narrative traditions of Mahabharata. And the longest of them has been 1,000 pages. And I say this is the longest folk Mahabharata of the world. That is the Mahabharata which was sung once upon a time in certain 3 or 4 temples of Kedarnath. It stopped in 1975 because of certain troubles in the temple. And then long after, in 1996, with the help of my university, I sat there and sat there for 62 days. It was sung for 62 days. And documented the text, transcribed it, then translated it, and now 3 of us, we are 3 professors, Professor William S. Six, Professor Frederick Smith and me. We are translating it into English. We don't know who will publish it, but Professor Frederick Smith says that Harvard University, they have a certain trust. Guruji knows it. India Finance Trust in Harvard University, they would publish it. But let us see what happens. So we have the dance tradition, ritual dance tradition in that region. It is held in almost 2,000 villages of Himalaya. And it runs from 15 days to 19 days. And for 19 days they have their own these own performances contain certain ritual texts or narrative texts. And that text is danced and sung together. And within that text we have about 100 dramatic performances, theatrical performances. These performances I documented for purpose of my PhD thesis. So this is the second largest tradition of Mahabharata orality. We have the oral tradition of this Babruvahan, you might have heard it. Babruvahan tradition, which is a 6-month-long ritual tradition which is held quite close to Joshima. It also has the orality, the oral singing, oral texts of not only song, oral texts of stories, oral texts of drama. And after that Babruvahan tradition, we have the tradition of Abhimanyu. That is known differently in that region. We have the tradition of Krishna, longest tradition, Krishna narratives, Krishna Mahabharata. That is, it is said that after Mahabharata war, Krishna left this place and went to stay there upon a hill which is called Same Nagarja Hill. And there he asked for a piece of land for constructing his own temple or his own ashram, which was refused to him, but then the story goes on. So we have, he was later on, he blessed the local king of that region with 2 sons. And these 2 sons now are Sidwa and Vidwa. There is a long narrative about these Sidwa and Vidwa adventures. So that is because he and the Nagas, that was the Nag dynasty, and the Nagas accepted him as their king. So the name for Krishna in our region, in the Himalaya, in Garhwal and Kumaon, is Nagarja, Nag Raja, the Raja of Nags, Nag dynasty. That is another tradition. We have, I told you there is a Karna narrative and Karna ritual. And in my own part, there is a ritual and narrative of Kansa. Because Kansa was killed by his own Bhanja. It was a case of patricide. Yes, patricide. I get confused sometimes. So, as a penance, as an expiation, Krishna took him along to so many places, sacred places of the central Himalaya. And that's why Kansa also has a narrative and a ritual. That is the Mahabharata tradition. In total, I have documented some 16 variants of Mahabharata is the oral tradition. And my topic, as I told Guruji, first one, PowerPoint. Yes, the topic is, the title is from orality to textuality and back. As Dr. Professor Dhananjay also talked about the orality and textuality. So this is the procedure. The procedure is going not only here but all over the world. This is the process, this is the journey of the text from orality to textuality and back. Many of us, all of you who are the professors of English, might be teaching Data Ram Purohit in your courses. Anybody? Prescribed in the syllabus. You have been teaching Data Ram Purohit without orality. You have been teaching what happened to Data Ram, what did Nana do, what happened to Gauri. But when the orality comes there, as Professor Dhananjay Singh said, Bhavan khari mein mathura utri, Rama Krishna Hare, Shiva Krishna Hare. This is the orality, this is the, when we perform the text, it becomes a different text. I was asked to write a chapter on Data Ram Purohit for a certain university, and when I read the text and when I saw the text, I found that the text without the performance is zero. It has nothing very significant. I therefore request you to also see the theatrical text of Data Ram Purohit. It is very easily available on YouTube. It is in Marathi, beautifully presented. So orality, and I said from orality to textuality and back. It is just one thing to understand the text. One dimension or one aspect of this oral of this text is to understand it, to comprehend it. Another dimension is to preserve it, how to preserve it, because we have a tendency to document all the texts all over the world and then museumize them. Such texts will very soon die their own death. So in order to preserve these texts, for example, in your own place, the text of Bhartrihari, the oral text of Bhartrihari in Haryana, So I don't think many of them, it might have been documented in some books, but it is rarely performed here. Bhartrihari, I haven't seen even it on the cultural platforms being performed. Bhartrihari is not sung not only in Haryana, it is also sung in Bundelkhand, it is also sung in Madhya Pradesh, it is also sung in eastern Uttar Pradesh. The text of Bhartrihari, you have just documented it and put it in the library, celebrated in the libraries, and nobody knows what is the text of Bhartrihari. Bhartrihari, the folk name, folk, the word is Bhartrihari. Bhartrihari, no? In the same way, the text of songs in Haryana, I've seen nobody, I could hardly see a performance of song in Kalagram, Chandigarh. I have been trying to locate the performances of song, but I could succeed only once and I could see the performance of song. Song is a very rich text. Yeah. Rohtak and Kurukshetra. So this is the question I said, from orality to textuality and back. Back means we must experiment upon them. We must restore these texts. The performative texts of these narratives must be performed. These must be kept alive. You will be surprised to know that in Germany and many other countries of Europe, the government has heavily been subsidizing the performances of opera. Considering opera as the national heritage, the government has fixed a fund for the performance of the opera groups. And in the same way, we have the Ramlila theatre here, in India. Ramlila is exactly like the opera of Europe. but with the richer contents and with the richer arts and aesthetics. Ramlila doesn't, there is no challenge to the Ramlila performances at the moment, but what is, I want to explain with the help of the Ramlila of Ramnagar. It is written in the registers. These days it is kept in lock and key by the Vyasa, their Vyas. There are so many Vyas who stand by the side of Ram and Lakshman with their ritual text, reading the ritual text, and Ram and Lakshman and other parts repeating it. It is very strange. In the 21st century, they are holding petromexes. And they are moving from place to place. There are almost 20 venues for performing the Ramlila of Ramnagar. And nobody so far has had access to that written text of Ramlila of Ramnagar. If you go to Ramnagar, whether it was Richard Sector or it was Anuradha Kapoor or it was Philip Gendroff, whosoever went there, they could only see it, they could not have an access to the text. It is available only with these vast performance of Ramlila. It is very strange, it looks very odd in the 21st century. When the Vyas says, he dictates Ram, Lakshman, tum Sita ki khoj mein jao. Lakshman says, Ram says, Lakshman, tum Sita ki khoj mein jao. Abhi jata hu Prabhu, abhi jata hu Prabhu. But it is a text, it is a text in orality, it is a text, and they have preserved it. They haven't surrendered because the patroness of that performance is a erstwhile king, the Pathaka, rulers of that region. They are holding the sway, they are controlling the whole affair, therefore they haven't surrendered their text or their performance. Whatsoever it is. आइए हम तो करेंगे, तुम कहीं से अमेरिका से आओ, इंग्लैंड से आओ, नेशनल स्कूल ऑफ ड्रामा दिल्ली से आओ, आप देखो हमारे पास आओ, देखो क्या टेक्स्ट है. How it happens. That is going back to the performativity, orality, going back to performativity or orality. This is the way we will be able to protect, preserve this text. We will be able to pass this text on to the next generations. And this, I was talking of the text, let me give some space to the Ram Katha text of that region. We have 3 or 4 variants of Ram Katha narrative and performance in the central Himalaya. And one of them is Rama. It is mass dance drama held every year in a village called Saru Dungra near Josinath. It so happened in 2008 I was asked to lead that troop to the Ram Katha Festival of Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts. It was brought here. They have been performing it in their arena theatre for many thousands of years. But I had the opportunity to prepare them for the stage, because performing a text in the arena and performing a text in the stage is slightly different. For 4 days I trained them, and it so happened that Paula Richman, one of the American scholars present there, because we paid more attention to the American scholars and less to ourselves. So she was present there and she said, oh, here is the oldest Ramlila, here is the oldest Ramlila. And then IGNCA agreed to document, make a 28-minute documentary of the event. It was submitted to UNESCO, and 2009 it was declared as the intangible heritage of the world. And I often claim, because everybody claims I did it, and I claim that it was a part of my thesis in 1993, that performative text. So that is Ramlila. So there also they had a beautiful tradition of singing the text, and unfortunately that had been lost. My department, Center for Folk Performing Arts and Culture, we went to the village, located an old man, Bhim Singh Dahiya, 80-year-old, and asked him to sing the text for us. He sang the text, we recorded it, we transcribed it, we typed it, and gave it back to that village. Look, you have lost the text, we are giving it back to you. And now every year when the performance is held, they sing the text. The beautiful text. Ganesa balo nutala laga bulayo, Ganesa balo nutala bulayo, Tava bulayo narada bamana, Tava bulayo narada bamana. I've lost my voice, but I was a good singer once upon a time. Yes. So this is how to revive the text, how to bring them back to orality, performativity. That's very significant. Otherwise these texts will be lost. And why should we preserve these texts? These young girls here would ask, what do we have to do with that text? No. It is not so interesting. Bursary, we don't understand what's happening there. You have to find out the ways and devices. It means theoretical means, aesthetic means, that these texts become popular among the young generation. If these texts are not attractive, if these texts are not interesting, if these texts do not appeal to you, they will not survive. This is the duty of performers or theatre artists or cultural activists like me to package these texts in a way, in such a way that the new generation enjoys them. P. Satyanath, professor in comparative Department of Comparative Literature at Delhi University. He has about 20 audio albums on your Bhartari tradition, on Ravi tradition. But nobody will go to him, even the Haryana culture department would not go to him and borrow these texts and keep at least in your archive or in your museum case. With due apologies to my Guruji and to the London assembly here, I tried to read Marcel McLuhan, Ohm and Lodo Roche about this orality and textuality, but I thought it was a futile exercise, reading them and repeating them here. So these oral texts, I told you about the 16 variants of Mahabharata text, I told you about the 3 variants of Ramayana, Ramakatha text, and there are other texts, this Nagarjuna text. There are at least 10 variants of this Nagarjuna text. And I also did a lot of work on a tradition which is called Nanda Devi Rajya. Nanda Devi Rajya is a ritual, Nanda Devi Rajya is a narrative, Nanda Devi Rajya is a processional theatre, and Nanda Devi Rajya is a great discourse on feminism. One of my students and colleagues, Surekha Kanwal, she is the Vice Chancellor from University of Professor Deepti Gupta. I told her once, Surekha, look, you can find no better example to present your discourse on feminism than this Nanda Devi Rajya. So Nanda Devi is a goddess. There is an ambivalence. She is a goddess and she is the married daughter. She is the daughter. A daughter who has got married. She may be a boa, she may be your daughter, she may be your Bahin, but she is a married daughter. So this is the story of that Nanda Devi, and that story is enacted every 12 years by taking out a procession to the higher Himalaya, to the height of 18,000 feet. And the procession is supposed to be created or pulled up by her Maikewalas, by her maternal family. And they are going to escort her to her Sasral. Her Sasral is in Kailas. So they, all gods and goddesses and deities and the kings and chieftains, all gathered together to give her a farewell. And that happens every 12 years. A 4-horned ram is born in the region, and that becomes the freed carrier for goddess Nanda to Himalaya. So it leads the path, and the crowds, the devotees in the crowd follow the 4-round ram. And the king is, in the older times, there used to be the real king. But now the king is represented by the MLAs and ministers. Times have changed. So it is a journey measuring 280 kilometers in the Himalaya, higher Himalaya. 18,000 feet, 16,000 feet, 14,000 feet. And then, at the end of it, the horn is, it is believed that the fleet carrier is going towards Kailash. It disappears into the Himalaya and the devotees come back. In 2014, 35 lakh devotees participated in that journey. In the year 2000 that was there. So about, it was 14 lakh devotees participated in the journey. And about 25,000 devotees reached the last destination, that is 17,000 feet, and say goodbye to the procession of the goddess. So that is also a big narrative. That is also a big narrative. It has many variants. It has variants in Almora, it has variants in Pithoragarh, it has variants in Srinagar, it has variants in Josimath. So many narratives. Now the interesting thing about this narrative, Professor Gupta, is that Nanda Devi is just the daughter who have the same kind of sufferings, same kind of trials and troubles which our common daughters have in their sasural. The women who created these narratives, who composed these narratives, have projected their own sufferings and their own feelings upon Nanda Devi. In the year 2000, I composed songs, 2-hour-long songs for that Nanda Devi Raja, and one of our drivers, he was listening to the song. He said, "ये क्या है? वो तो देवी है, ससुराल में जाके क्यों रो रही है? देवी ससुराल में रो क्यों रही है? उसको क्या कष्ट है? उसको कोई कष्ट नहीं नीचे शिवज्ञान।" मैंने उसको समझाया, हमारी महिलाओं ने अपनी भावनाएं प्रक्षेपित की हुई, किसमें? देवी के साथ अपनी भावनाएं प्रक्षेपित की है। It is the goddess who is she becomes then the daughter of the common daughter of the villagers. एक उसका जरा किनारे है, ये वीडियो था, topic is there. Nanda Devi, it is believed that the goddess is sister of Krishna, Nanda's daughter, क्या नाम था उसका? जो हाथ से फिसल गई थी, कृष्ण मारना चाहा था उसको, कंस ने मारना चाहा था, वो हाथ से फिसल गई थी उसके, और वो जाके she got settled at Nanda Devi mountain. The earlier name of Nanda Devi mountain was Sumeru Parvat. After she settled there and incarnated there, it became Nanda Devi. So she is from Nand, she became Nanda. From Nand, she became Nanda. आगे बताइए. These are the visuals on the way. Next. Another visual, next one. This is next one. Yeah, this is the four-horned ram. This is born every 12 years there in that region. Next one. And more four-horned rams. These are the lines of the pilgrims and devotees. ये हो गया, that is thank you. एक दूसरा वीडियो दिखाइए अब आप. इसको बंद करिए. चक्रव्यूह का महाभारत का आपको वीडियो दिखाता हूँ. आगे करिए बीच में. और आगे दिखाइए. This is stop it. This is on Mahabharata. I told you that I have been documenting all these things. This Chakravyuh was an oral narrative and it was sung in the arena. In the year 901 there came two persons, Bachan Ram Arya and Chandra Singh Batola. They tried to stage it in the field. Chandra Singh Batola was a theatre artist somewhere in Mumbai. They came and with the help of Bhajan Ram Arya, they started staging Chakravyuh. But Chakravyuh was still on the pattern of your song and Nautanki and this Parsi theatre. In the year 2001, I reproduced Chakravyuh, and Chakravyuh has become so much popular because of its theme from Mahabharata that not less than 15,000 audience is present for every performance. And one of my students who was just a singer in Chakravyuh in the beginning, he has been earning money out of these performances. He has bought a car, he has constructed a house, he is also earning money. So this is and now MLAs invite us to perform Chakravyuh so that there are a crowd gathers and they succeed in addressing the crowd. So I said what we should do with our narrative, with our oral texts. We can preserve them, we can protect them only when we try to repackage them, represent them without losing the original essence. Not that we are tinkering with your ethos, tinkering with the text, tinkering with the ritual. No, we have to repackage it very carefully so that the new generation accepts them and the tradition continues. Yes. What should be the future mission for preserving this orality, this oral text which has gone into the format of a text, written text, chirographic text. So we have to restore it in the ways in which the Ramlila of Ramnagar has been restored and continues. We have to restore it in the form of Kathakali, such a strong tradition. Without Kathakali, I don't think this the lords of Mahabharata epic or Ramayana epic in Kerala must have continued so powerfully till the present, until the present generation. And then we have the Kudiyattam tradition, which is supposed to be the oldest surviving tradition of Sanskrit Natakas in this country. And the Yakshagan tradition, the Bhagavad Mela tradition of Andhra Pradesh, Lai Haravo tradition of Manipur, Bhavna and Ankiyana tradition of Assam. These are the oral texts. These are the traditions which are based on the oral texts. You also have texts, theoretical texts like Nakal in Punjab, or the Karyala in Himachal Pradesh, or Bhan Pathar in Kashmir. But these texts, these performances do not have but oral text or a traditional text. These are the improvised texts. But the song tradition does have a text, oral text, which have to be preserved. Yes. Through song and dance traditions like Lavani, Rajani, etc., these texts have to be preserved. You know, in Maharashtra there are two kinds of Lavanis. One is Sringarik Lavani and another is Adhyatmik Lavani. So Adhyatmik and Sringar. These Lavanis are not just songs, these are the musical rendering of the oral text. So I think this much I have to say. I wanted to say more, but I got the Then I will stop. I will end my lecture with a beautiful anecdote from Haryana, song tradition. In 1964, Jawaharlal Nehru, he died on the 28th of May. Jawaharlal Nehru expired, and there was a news on the radio channel. It was in Rohtak, it was in Kathal. Kathal में एक पूरी गाड़ी में जाट लोग बैठे हुए थे. जाट जो थोड़ा सा उससे मैंने तो सभी पढ़े हैं. उस जमाने में हम भी कम पढ़े थे, जाटी में हम लोग ज़्यादातर लोग कम नहीं पढ़े. वो एक भागता हुआ आया बस में. ये सुना नेहरू जी मर गए, जवाहरलाल नेहरू मर गए. किसी भी जाट पे कुछ असर नहीं पड़ा. एक जाट ने कहा तो कौन सी बड़ी बात हो गई जब पंडित लक्ष्मीचंद शास्त्री जैसे नहीं रहे.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enriching words. I now introduce Professor Kapil Kapoor ji, Indologist, former Rector JNU, Chairperson IIAS Shimla. Sir has been Professor of English at Center of Linguistics and English and Concurrent Professor at Center of Sanskrit Studies JNU. He has also been awarded with Padma Bhushan by Government of India. He has to his credit several books on Indian poetics and Indian literary traditions. May I request you, sir, to please come on the podium for your presidential address.
Namaskar. This is quite unexpected. I thought I had earned my livelihood in the past 2 days. Today we have had an extraordinary session. A living performance. Actually, Professor Purohit himself, in the advancing years, singing and in some of his movements, also capturing the rhythm of the dances that accompany the folk performances of the epics, different episodes in the epics. In fact, this is a classic example for people who want to know and learn and understand that oral goes with the folk, and it is essentially performative. It is performative, and that's why, because it is performative year to year, there are infinite variations. So it's a living kind of experience, infinite variations, and when a particular performance acquires a certain community status, then that text that they use, it gets a little kind of, frozen. So, as Purohit very aptly said, it's a kind of cycle, orality to text. I was reminded by Ipshita yesterday that I used to use the word scriptum rather than textual, because even oral compositions are text. So when we say orality to textuality, what we mean is texts which are composed in sounds as against texts which are composed in letters. And naturally the compositions, letter compositions, scriptal compositions, they are frozen and they remain the same. But the oral compositions, they keep on changing, they are very dynamic, and every rendering, every performance, modifies the text, enriches the text, enlarges the text. I am sure that these, for example, the Raj Yatra, which goes on for so many days, and so much in the Mahabharata performance of the 16 major poets, they go on for so many days. See, those performances, they must have begun, we don't know when. See, Anadi Ananta, we don't know when they began. And they must have begun in a kind of a seed form, and they gradually elaborated and became what they are today, we have seen some insight into how these oral texts are sought to be preserved. For example, we have made a very nice word which was used by Byrski, visuality. So orality, textuality, visuality. So you sort of, you photograph, live filming. But then even when, and this is happening in a large extent in those cultures in India, the Vanavasi, the Girivasi, and the Maruvasi cultures, those who inhabit the forests or the hills or the deserts. Those communities are still oral communities, and as the times change, the interesting part of the title of this conference was a civilizational change, civilizational interaction. We are in the middle of we were kind of transition from what was essentially nearly completely oral culture. We are moving towards descriptive culture under the influence of the Western thinking, Western thought, and also Western technology. Because the technology has altered so many things. The civilization shift that has taken place. For example, speech. Even Plato says that speech is superior to writing because the speech can choose its audience. Speech can choose its audience. But writing, once you write something, it's there. I mean, anybody can access it. And what the transaction takes place between the written text and the audience is very uncertain. It's difficult to track. But in the spoken text composition, in the living performance, this performance is always in the context of a specific audience. There is an audience, and it is a transaction between the performers and the audience. And therefore it's a cultural exercise to preserve the rich oral traditions of India. You see, it's happening at a large scale in the northeast, where with the Christianization of the Janjatis, the Khasis and the Jaintiyas and the Garos, the oral texts are being written down, or they are being, videoed and CD'd and all that. CDs one day, video one day. Even when you have this film, you see somebody moving and all that, it's still not a characteristic oral text, because every time it will be the same. But in the real lived experience, I said it is oral is folk, and it is also for the Western mind pagan. See, it's more or less because it is so much implicated with nature. Because the landscape, it's an open theatre. The Himalayas are the theatre. It's not a bound, enclosed space. It's an open space. It's pagan. And as we are, the Hindus are perhaps the last happy pagans still around. We are the last happy pagans still around. Otherwise, the world has moved fast towards Abrahamic, systems, theological systems, Abrahamic theological systems. We are not theological people. To preserve these exercises, this richness of the culture, it is a question then of retention of culture. In the onslaught of, faced with the onslaught of the contemporary Western civilization and its technology, how do we really retain our culture? It's basically a question of culture. And it's not easy because, in India you see several Indias. So you have educated India, English educated India, non-English educated India, you have rural India, you have urban India, you have rich India, you have poor India, and you have multiple India, linguistic and subcultures, multiple India. In that variety and multiplicity, there is a possibility of our oral culture surviving. In that multiplicity and immense multiplicity, it's possible that our somewhere or the other things will continue to be. But what is happening is that the rulers, our rulers, the kind of thinking that is there in the ruling class, you see, it's moving away from federal to unitary. You didn't have central universities earlier. And until 1974 or 71, education was a state subject. It was not a central subject. And then it was made concurrent subject. So you bring the education under the center. And then you start opening central universities. And there is a talk, already it is being implemented, there is going to be a uniform syllabus. So when you would have a uniform syllabus, the localization will disappear. Localization will disappear. And the entire richness that we notice, it will be under a threat. In our 2016 4-volume report, we had pointed out, we had said that it's very important that India's education remains federal and vernacular. It should remain federal and vernacular, and only when it is vernacular, it will be democratic. Otherwise, it is elitist. You see, there is a kind of a pyramid. And the technology, our civilization, not that our civilization, one of the only civilization of 46 human civilizations documented by UNO, the only civilization that has continued to be alive is our civilization, which is Sanatan Hindu civilization. 10,000 Mehrangarh and Sonauli and all that, you are already 10,000 years is already there. It will be much longer if you have a text like Rigved, which is almost 7,000 years old. You can imagine how many thousands years of thinking must have preceded it. And if you have an Ashtadhyayi in 7th century BC, and it's a perfect grammar, and who mentions 10 grammarians before him, so you can imagine how much longer thinking had been going on in this country. So this civilization is an alternative. We are an alternative. And that's why we are also under attack. You see, the American Academy particularly, which sort of has assumed the role of world's policeman. You see, policeman of the world, guiding, controlling everything. So there is a kind of Hindu phobia. It's a phobia about our civilization because it is an alternative civilization. It's not like the theocentric, one God, formless, but not attributeless. You see, the Abrahamic God is Nirakar, but not Nirguna. It's not Nirguna. So that is the center. And the theocratic civilizations, the three systems, Buddhism of course escaped most of the ills because they did not put an intervening agent between the people and God, like the other two systems. So those systems are very, very totalitarian. They are monolithic because they are monolithic and monistic. Our civilization is pluralistic and consciously and very as an ideal is pluralistic. But then everybody has thinking according to direction, thinks in his own way. And everything is right. Of course, we need a unifying intellect, not one intellect, not one for unifying, so that the cultural bind is there, and the country, this land, Desh becomes a Rashtra through culture and not through language or religion or something. Now, in alternative civilization, we believe in small technologies. We are the pioneers in science. We invented the zero. We invented infinity. We invented the value of pi. We invented the decimal system. We even invented wood steel in the 1st century, which was used by the Arab Islamic armies to conquer the world, to make their swords. You must know the numerals are ours. We today call them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We call them Arabic numerals because they call them Arabic numerals because they received them from the Arabs. But what do Arabs call them? Arabs call them Hinse, as I think Javeid pointed out there. Hinse, Hindse. So this is the programming language for all knowledge that India has created. But what we drew lines about technology. We drew lines about technology because the purpose of technology in the West, post-Renaissance, with this gentleman Descartes and Bacon, Gogumbar, Bannon and myself, the goal of knowledge is to bend nature to man's bending nature. So we drew lines. We could have, and if you go by some of your narratives, you must know that in the Vedic text, there are 202 sciences listed. 202. 18 Nigmas, 120 Agamas, and 64 Divya Vidya. Divya Vidyas are the threshold sciences. You know, threshold sciences which the West is now exploring. पर हम छोटी टेक्नोलॉजी नेचर के ऊपर इम्पोज नहीं करते एंड वी वैल्यू डाइवर्सिटी वैल्यू मल्टीप्लिसिटी एंड वी आर नॉट ट्राइंग टू small cultures, small communities, that they should be merged into one single whole. So all the evangelizing process is not just a religious process, it is also a cultural denial project. तो जितना हम resist कर सकें इस मोनिज्म को, मोनोलिथिक थिंकिंग को, and you cannot just say Vedas, but I give one example. कि वेद पहले लोग वेद पढ़ने नहीं देते जी, औरतों को पढ़ने देते थे, उनको नहीं, सब गलत है वैसे पर पढ़ने। तो मैं तो कहता हूँ अब तो 200 रुपये में मिल जाते हैं ट्रांसलेट, आप पढ़ लो। अब तो ब्राह्मण भी नहीं पढ़ते, क्यों समझ नहीं आ गया। 14 साइंसेस मास्टर करने के बाद आपको वेद पढ़ेंगे तो समझ आएंगे, तो इतना टाइम किसके पास है? अच्छे बड़े आपको टीचरों की सैलरी बहुत अच्छी है, पर्दे भी बदलने पड़ते हैं, गाड़ी भी नहीं लेनी पड़ती है, इतना टाइम कहाँ है कि हम 14 विद्याएँ पढ़ें, है ना, तो मास्टरी करेंगे। सो वेदास आर नॉट, अगर हम वेदों को पढ़ के, वेदास cannot be understood at all if you make them objects of reading and study. Vedas are not meant for study. वेद श्रवण के टेस्ट, श्रवण, उनकी जो ध्वनियाँ हैं, क्योंकि एज यू नो दी 3 एक्सेंट मार्क्स, उदात्त, अनुदात्त, स्वरिता, अगर आप कभी कोई पुराना संस्कृत मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट देखें, द मंत्र, द वैदिक मंत्र हैज पावर only by virtue of its sound, not by virtue of its being written down. So we cannot preserve Vedas. If we make them यूनिवर्सिटियों में ये इंस्टीट्यूट खोल दी, वैदिक पाठशाला खोल दी, तो उसको पढ़ाना शुरू कर दिया, so we are going about it in the wrong way. In the same way, these cultures, oral cultures, they cannot be preserved by making films or by using all that. You have to keep that culture of performance alive. That has to be ensured. That these festivals, मेले कितने लगते थे पहले? ये दुनिया के मेले कभी कम ना होंगे, अफसोस हम ना होंगे। मेले तो बहुत लगते थे। कितने मेले लगते? तो मेलों में ही परफॉर्मेंस होती थी, मेलों में नरेशंस होते थे, नैरेटिव्स होते थे। वो धीरे धीरे कम हुए। In many states of India, it was a custom in every family कि शाम को वो भागवत का वो पाठ होता था, पाठ ऊंचा भागवत पाठ, वो भी खत्म हो गया। अब we have the technologies, टीवी लगा लेते हैं, वो व्हाट्सएप करते हैं, और वो भागवत उंगलियां बड़ी तेज हो गई सबकी उंगलियां। And I believe, I understand that a million years from now, the human body will be very different. You see, ये जो है ये बिल्कुल छोटा सा हो जाएगा, सिर्फ इतना सा, हाँ? और बाजू जो हैं वो उनके आगे जो हाथ होंगे बड़े बड़े होंगे, और ये जो पोते हैं ना ये इतने इतने बड़े होंगे, क्योंकि सारी प्रैक्टिस ही की है। दिमाग का इस्तेमाल कम हो गया है ना, टांगों का भी कम हो गया है, टांगे भी छोटी हो जाएंगी, गाड़ियाँ हैं ये है। सो यू कैन इमेजिन दी ह्यूमन बीइंग। तो टेक्नोलॉजी जो है वो ए रोबोटिक वर्ल्ड, यू हैव द frightening possibilities either of an Armageddon or a robotic world. It will not be a human world, the way the artificial intelligence आजकल जैसे चल रहा है, तो it will be a robotic world. But India, I think, India has attached so much value to its civilization and culture. We are the only people who survived the Islamic onslaught. Every other civilization crumbled, but we did not crumble. So we have attached great value because our civilization from day one is knowledge centered, our culture is value oriented, our society is duty oriented, कर्तव्य परक है, and our consciousness जो है country की उसमें एक एकत्व, एक चैतन्य का एकत्व है, चेतना का, nurtured by this, and as Solar Mansingh pointed out the other day, you see the role of art, the role of these performances in unifying the consciousness of the people. Everybody was spellbound when she was, making readings from Gita Govinda, and that is, so we still value these things. So there is hope, provided our education, our teaching system, there are more people like Ravi Bhushan who can organize seminars like this, and to tell the younger people what is the actual business of our country. I thank Purohit ji. Purohit ji, as you know, this year he has been awarded the highest Sangeet Natak Akademi Award by the President of India. And he has spent his life 36 years and or more on these folk and oral performances, on recording them, on disseminating them. And I think he voluntarily stopped going to Germany, but they wanted him to go there every year and stay there. But he always stopped going there. So this is because for him, the only home is India. The only home is India. So thank you very much. And I thank the organizers, thank the university, the Vice Chancellor and everybody for bringing me back here. This also is in a way my home. I feel I am very much at home. और कितने सालों बाद कईयों को मिले, अभी अमृता को तो कितने सालों बाद देखा है, and और लोगों से भी यहाँ मिले हैं, सबको मिले हैं. So it's been a very good experience. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We thank you, sir, for your valuable and enlightening words. May I please request Professor Kapil Kapoor, sir, for felicitation of Professor Data Ram Purohit with a shawl and a sapling.
मैडम आप बैठ जाओ.
Sir, initially they were considering this.
Thank you so much, sir. It's time to propose vote of thanks, so I invite Dr. Geeta Fogart, conference convener, to deliver vote of thanks.
आ जाओ जी.
Greetings. Please bear with me, my throat is very bad. Good afternoon, greetings and namaskar to all dignitaries, guests, my colleagues and students. Since the event is coming to an end, I am sure that it has been a fruitful attempt. We all might have been enriched, I am sure, and
and gained much from their deliberations. Beautiful art is gratitude. Now it's time to acknowledge the contribution of all those who worked hard to make it a success. I feel honored and privileged being given a chance to propose the vote of thanks today. On behalf of the Department of English, first of all, I extend my sincere thanks to Almighty God for giving me courage to organize this 3-day event, this academic event, and making it a resounding success. I, on behalf of the department, convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sudesh, for extending her support in all possible manner to organize this event. I connect to her otherwise also. She is a rise, and I thank her for taking the university to the heights we all know today. And I convey my gratitude and sincere thanks to all my esteemed and honored and revered guests, Professor Kapil Kapoor, Professor MK Byrski, Professor Bhim Singh Dahiya, and Professor Data Ram Purohit, sir, of whom we had a very lively session in the morning, right now. Ram, sorry sir. He had mentioned, he was saying that good Gobar sir, you were saying something like that, Gobar Ganesh. So we had a session of not of Gobar Ganesh but gracious Ganesh. And as I have told in the inaugural session, that Professor Kapoor shared a special bond with the department, and he is with us for the last 3 days. Sir, if time could have been calculated in money, you had spent millions for us. Thank you so much. You have always radiated energy in us and shown us a new path. And sir, since I am an introvert, you know me well, and till date I have not told you that you were one of my examiners when I had completed my MPhil, and you had complimented on my work. And Professor Byrski has left us with another topic, and we can plan for next conference. While concluding his keynote address, he mentioned that there can be some time else when we can talk about from orality to textuality to something like technology and then visualization. So we hope to plan for that. And I express my heartfelt thanks to all our respected community speakers. Sonar Mansingh ma'am, we had really lived that session. It was on Geet Govind, and salute to her. She is not there today. And Professor Rajnish sir, Professor Dinesh Kumar, Dr. Paramba Shree Yogamaya, Professor Ipshita Chanda, Professor Iqbal Bhat, and Professor Deepti Gupta ma'am for sparing her time. My special thanks to madam. We really had a wonderful and lively session on ELT in the morning today. And it was no less than in this international conference, Professor Javeid Iqbal Bhat, Professor Umed Singh and Professor Rita from the Trust, Professor Ashok, Dr. Himanshu from Shimla, Dr. Shanti Niketan from Nizar, and Professor Dhananjay from Jain. I convey my gratitude and deep regards to Madam Ranganayaki. Though she is not here today, she might be there in the guest house. I convey my regards to her also for being with us for all 3 days. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Professor Amrita, Dean Faculty of Arts and Languages, for always encouraging and supporting us in the department. She is always there in the department to help us. I would like to thank our head of the department, Professor Ravi Bhushan, for his constant support and guidance in the department. I am also thankful to all my dear colleagues, Professor Ashok, Dr. Shalini, Dr. Ajit, Ms. Babita, Dr. Pallavi, Dr. Sudhirti, for always readily extending their support and cooperation to organize this event and make it a success today. I thank my entire team for motivating and encouraging and helping me throughout. Special thanks to Himanshu for his readiness to be always there to help. I still don't feel that he's not there in the department. And I am thankful to the entire office staff, Neetu, Pooja, Vijay, and Rani
Ritu. She is always there and helping throughout. And I would also like to thank the people working behind the scene, especially our technical arrangement team for their cooperation throughout the event. And last but not the least, I would like to thank all our motivated and dedicated students who have come out of their comfort zone and to organize this event. But not only to organize but to make it successful. Without them, it would not have been possible. Thanks to all my dear students. Thank you to one and all. So, apart from this, I would just like to tell you another incident. I got all this printed from a fellow Anil, and when he had submitted all this, the next day he left a message on my phone. Are you related somehow to Ipshita Bhat?
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, everyone. The conference was indeed an enlightening experience. Hoping to see you all again and to listen to your wise words, we bid adieu to all the dignitaries and delegates. Thank you. And you all are invited for lunch in the guest house. And for photograph on the outside.
बंद कर लेगा